Hello, welcome to Final Fantasy VII 100%. Today we are running the new version. A new version of FF7 just came out on Steam, and so I want to 100% it as soon as possible. Right, here we go. I got a weekend. I got a couple days to try runs. And so we're going to do it. Now, the thing is, this version of the game does not have a leaderboard yet, and if there's any special rules that need to be done for this version, they have not been established yet. So I mean, this run isn't for a leaderboard right now. It's just for fun, right? It's just to establish a good time on the new version. So as such, I'm going to be running the game kind of weirdly as far as the setup goes. First of all, I'm going to have DxTory up, which is measuring our frame rate. Because, the frame rate's kind of wonky, and so I just want to have it up, whatever the frame rate is. And so we'll do that. And then let's have... Let's have these up as well. Let's see, I got my controller plugged in. There we go. We'll go PS4 is the closest thing to PS5. And then that's working. Yep. All right, so we've got an input display. Actually, we can do something here. We can go like this and then put it like right there. Or right. It'll probably fit right here pretty well. There we go. Okay, yeah. And then the game I'm going to be running in windowed mode. And here's why. The boosters, if you are running the game in full screen, the boosters are off to the left, like outside of the game's letterboxing. And I forgot about this. Okay, well, I'll have to move the controller input. So yeah, this is going to be a no boosters run also. And so I don't want, so if a booster was turned on, I want it to be visible. It won't be, and so the point is that I want it to be visible that they're not on, right? So that's why we're running the game in a window. So then I'm just going to scooch the whole capture over like this, and then let's get this into a spot where it fits now. Is that good? That's good. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So all right. That's about that. My keyboard is turned off for the Steam game, for the gaming PC, so it cannot turn the boosters on. And then I'm also using a Steam input profile that disables the boosters on the controller. So I think we're ready to go. I think we're good. Let's do it. Let's start a new game. Ready? Let's do it. All right. Here we go. Let me get my my notes up. That'll be important to have open. Okay. And yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for the good luck and all that. Good afternoon from Serbia. Hello, welcome. And all right. If I don't do too well today, got to leave improvement for tomorrow. My goal is to smash this out in one try and then just enjoy my weekend. And yeah, Buffalex. Oh yeah, I'll show it right now. If I click L3, as you can see on the input display and everything, this is not activating the booster. This is not activating the booster. This is not opening the system menu, right? The booster, I have disabled the those buttons using Steam input. Oh, and it is a turbo run also. So that means that if I hold L2, Steam input is mashing the circle button. And if I click L3, that toggles mashing the circle button on, and clicking it again toggles mashing the circle button off. So actually, I don't know whether it's mashing circle right now because I clicked L3 demonstratively a couple times while I was talking about the booster not turning on. So we'll have to see if the first text box auto closes, and if it does, then turbo's on, and if it doesn't, turbo's off. But yeah, there you go. That's turbo. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Okay, so turbo test. Is it on right now? It's on right now. All right, turned it off, so now we can safely menu. And let's go. Oh yeah, so also just to prime everybody for the potential disappointment later. There is no way to do safety strats on Big Shoes on this version because of how it handles formation ID. We did not get the potion. Because of the way that it handles formation ID when you go back to the title screen. And so that means that we only have about a 30 or 35% chance to get the Earth Mallet. So 6.5 hours into the run, we have a 30% chance for the run to continue. That's why I have scheduled out 3 days worth of availability for attempts. All right, so here we go. Got to do one extra step on PC here, because also just a PC version thing. Your fractions they reset to 0 every screen transition. Is this a warm-up? Nah. We're getting straight into it. This is the real run now. But yeah, fractions reset to 0 every screen transition, and so that actually makes it so that walking the steps to go into the cutscene isn't always enough steps on the PC version. And so you gotta take that just one extra step on the following screen. All right. And yep, I got a input display for fun. And there we go. Why are input displays not required? They're just not always super feasible. Like, if you were to run, like, if you right now wanted to run the PlayStation version of the game, the only way to do an input display is to buy a device that does it. Which, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. It's just generally like I guess I don't know how to say beyond that. Like, people don't like barriers, right? Like, the whole idea of speedrunning is sort of like, I did this thing, right? And the more, like, rules and regulations that you put in front of whether or not somebody, like, achieved a certain time, the less, folks, well, yeah, I don't know. It makes it seem more like a in club rather than a true competition. Does that make sense? A hand cam is the cheap way to solve that, though. Yeah, I'm a big fan of either input displays or hand cams. Like, I'm a fan of it in general. Okay, so this fight we want to have a full limit bar on both Cloud and Barrett when we leave. Now, we'd really like his next hit to be on Cloud, though, I think, because and it is very nice, because we're gonna bait 2 tail lasers out of him now, which is going to fill both of our limit bars. And so this attack on Cloud is gonna give Cloud a limit break before we do that, which is nice. Assuming this fills his limit bar. Nice. Alright, so we get our first Braver. I'll mark that on the checklist. Okay. And now we get 2 tail lasers out of him in order to refill our limit bar. Please don't crit Cloud. Actually, you can crit Cloud on this one. Just don't crit Cloud on the next one. Okay. So now this time, please don't crit Cloud. And actually, Barrett not quite getting his limit there is perfect. Because that means that now, you see I selected attack with Barrett, but I haven't put it in yet. That's because we want to wait for his tail to go down, which it is right now, to put in the attack. But if I had waited to even select anything, then my only option left was limit, right? I wouldn't have been able to do a regular attack. So that's the reason to select attack and then hold on it until it's time. And yeah, you can only do that if the first tail laser doesn't give Barrett his limit. So that was actually like a slammin' good guard Scorpion. And alright. Alright, so now, get a fight right here. What is the limit bar? Yeah, so limit breaks are a mechanic in the game where as you take damage, your limit bar fills up, and then it's a special attack that you can do once it's full. And the nice thing about limits are, like, one nice thing about them is that they are prioritized in the turn queue. Like, you know, obviously it's a turn-based game. If there's a bunch of stuff in the queue, though, and you put in a limit break, it is the next thing to go, always, so that's fun. And they do special stuff, like, we're particularly interested in unlocking Cross Slash with Cloud. That's the limit that he learns after you use his first limit break 8 times. And the special thing about it is it paralyzes when it hits. So the paralysis effect is going to be very useful on several fights. There a reason to save Jessie? You have to. You can't exit the reactor without her, because she has to open the door. And all right. RF314. Hello, welcome. And yo, Cosmo Red. Yeah. The wrist is on the mend. Feeling good. Oh, Ace, you're here. Fast chocobos are back. And what's weird about it is I was getting them all the time. Remember how on 2013 I never got fast chocobos unless I like did harmful things to my computer? On this version, I get it like 50% of the time. Just normally. So that's crazy. Alright, we do want the potion, because I did not get one dropped from the soldiers at the start. That is to control how much money we have. And yeah, I've been wanting to have chat combined since the start, but it used to be a policy on Twitch that you weren't allowed to, for whatever stupid reason. And they finally realized it was stupid, and quit it out. Oh, I have not looked into that, Ace. That'd be interesting. Yo, Dimensive. Thank you for the good luck. Come on, Sense, welcome on in. And yeah, we're gonna see, like, we're gonna get a better idea as to whether this version is actually faster or not. Because when I was doing the practice run, right away in Midgar, it seemed like this version was way faster, but then the rest of the run, it didn't feel that way. So maybe my world record Midgar was actually just really bad. This version is very easy to use turbo. You use Steam I have Steam input set that up. So yeah, it is the easiest thing in the world to do turbo on PC. Unless you play on a keyboard. If you play on keyboard, you can still set something up for turbo, but it's not as easy as Steam input. Alright, hit me with the Jesse skip here. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like always. And there we go. How is this new version? I think I am more positive on this new version than other folks are. Because I just really, really like that double input is fixed. So menuing actually feels good in this version. Well, but here's the thing. Menuing doesn't actually feel good in this version because the main thing against it is that the sound is kind of messed up. You don't hear all of the blips when you're menuing. Like, the game won't play a menu blip sound if the previous menu blip sound is still playing. And so, it makes it so that if you're menuing fast, you only hear, like, every other blip, which you have to get used to, and it's very annoying. Because I'm generally a pretty audio-heavy runner. Like, I use a lot of audio cues, and I rely on the feedback, the audio feedback while I'm menuing to know where I am in the menu. But, yeah, and this version doesn't let you do that, so that is super annoying. But yeah, on the bright side though, double input is fixed, and they got rid of the O faces. So all of that is great. On the negative side, that sound bug is really annoying. The backgrounds are extra blurry, which is just ugly. And then the other big downside is that if you are somebody who likes wrong warping, like the wrong warp kind of category run categories of this game, wrong warping isn't possible on this version either. At least not that we know of. All right, just got to buy an iron bangle. 1, please. That iron bangle we just need for inventory completion. We are technically going to have it equipped at some point, but yeah, mostly the reason to purchase that is this is 100%. So if I haven't explained it yet, 100% means that we need to finish the game with every item in our inventory, including all weapons, armors, accessories. We also need to have every materia. We need to learn every E-skill on all 4 E-skill materias. We need to learn every limit break, defeat every boss, and do every side quest. Oh yeah, and then right. Speaking of like things I like or dislike about this version, I guess it is I guess it is a thing that I dislike about this version, that it zeroes out your formation ID when you go back to the game over screen, which just or when you go back to the title screen, which just prevents us from doing some interesting strategies. For example, safety strats on big shoes we cannot do on this version. At least not with the route that we currently have. Found my channel through Sebi. Oh, really? Oh yeah, he did like a reaction to the Abasoft video, right? So that's kind of a funny third order effect or whatever. I've seen a couple of his videos. Oh, what does Big Shoes mean for the run? Big Shoes is our pet name for the enemy Gygus. The thing about the Gygus is you only fight him, besides Battle Square where there's no drops, you only fight him in the Northern Crater, and you can't return there later. So there's just one part in the entire game where we are able to fight him, and we need a drop from him that is a 14% drop chance. We have to get it because we need to get every item in the game, and the only place to get this item is dropped from him at a rate of about 14%. So, because of the step route though, because of how steps work, you know, the thing is, every encounter, for the first like 2/3 of this run, every encounter in the game is planned out and is very, very important that we get, you know? Because it's 100%. So it's like, we need this fight to get this item, we need this fight to get this E-skill, and so on and so forth, right? It's very, very, very topmost priority that we stay on the step route. And so that means that if we were to sit there and farm out Gyguses until we got the drop that we need, we will have passed our position on the step route. We'll have lost steps at that point. So the step route is designed to give us 3 Gygus encounters, and then that's it. Any more and we'll have lost steps. So 3 tries is all we get. On other versions of the game, you can mess with a save. You can make a save file and then abuse the fact that when you soft reset on the PlayStation version or game over on the PC version, you go back to the title screen without advancing your formation ID, and then when you load your save file, it goes back to your previous step ID, so then you can use that to keep burning through more formations and get more Gyguses on the same step ID. So that's how you do safety strats on the other versions, but on this version, every time that you game over or quit back to the main menu, it resets your formation ID to 0. And there isn't a Gygus encounter within the first 3 encounters from 0, which means that you'll just keep, if you try the safety strat, you'll just keep getting the same 2 encounters over and over again, and you'll never get another Gygus. Boom. What if you just keep going and let steps die? What'll happen then is just the entire rest of the run will be a complete disaster, and you will never have like a world record time. How does chasing Ultimate Weapon work? Oh yeah, that's a great question, legit. So here's how it works. Ultimate Weapon has 100,000 HP, and it carries over between battles, including when you fight him the first time in Mideel. So what we do is for that first time that you fight him in Mideel as Sid before you go to the live stream, we load up Red with as much magic boosting stuff that we can, such as the Curse Ring, the Wizard Bracelet, and as much Materia as we can, and we cast Knights of the Round on him. And Knights of the Round does somewhere in the realm of 94,000 damage to him, leaving him with about 6,000 HP remaining for when you fight him later. And when he has that low HP later, he's not flying around. He's just sitting at Cosmo Canyon. It's important not to kill him, though. If you do 100,000 damage to him in that Mideel fight, then what happens is he will spawn on the world map with 20,000 HP. And when he's at 20,000 HP, I don't know if he flies around. I would kind of guess that he doesn't. I would guess that maybe 20,000 is the threshold at which point he starts sitting at Cosmo Canyon, but I'm not sure. That's just a guess. All right, 6.5 steps after this fight. To my knowledge, the game has not been updated since the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. I'm going to take one extra little bit of stepping there because I hit the screen transition, and so I'm not sure if I fully got all the steps I needed. Yo, Rick. And this is the PC version where you get way ahead on steps anyway. The reason, again, being, I think I mentioned this earlier, but your fractions... so your step ID increments every 8 frames of movement, and the way that it works is every frame of movement, it increments something called your fractions. And your fractions, they go up by 32 every frame that you move, and they roll over at 256. So that's why it's every 8 frames, because it's when they roll over that the game fires off the rest of the logic. Now, the thing about the PC version is every time that you hit a screen transition, the game resets your fractions back to 0. So if you hit a screen transition at 128 on your fractions, well, it goes back to 0, and then there's 4 frames of movement that you just got for free, and you get ahead on your steps. The PlayStation version doesn't do that. So, and the step route is made for the PlayStation version, essentially, because it's not that much different, and if you were to make a special step route for the PC version that takes advantage of the fraction resets, I mean, you could do that, but, you know, generally it's not so important that that happens. It's just that when you run on PC, you just get steps back for free is all. Fights are still 15 FPS, yeah. And yeah, Mia followed me downstairs as usual, you know? She was on the chair before I was even. So here I force the encounter in that spot and then just walk out of the room. So there's a lot of spots like that where we're not necessarily counting the number of steps we do. Instead, we like force an encounter in a specific spot, and then we can just walk to a visual spot or to a screen transition or something like that. Which is also why I have to have my controller like awkwardly over to the right, because I've got a cat over here. Yo, Jonathan Tompkins. Yeah, the reactor theme is perfect. The way that it sounds kind of mechanical, you know? I love that kind of thing. Is Big Shoes in this version non-safety stratable? Correct. Alright, we should get a fight here. Yep. So Tifa, her limit bar is in a really awkward place where I don't know if Airbuster will give her a limit. It probably will. So I think that means we're gonna get a slow apps at this rate. ANS, hello, welcome, welcome. Kaizo, it's more or less the same. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wildly different about this version. Just a couple little things that they adjusted, you know. So I wouldn't mind them hitting Tifa here. Too bad. I don't know. I am gonna go for Tifa hit Airbuster strat here. Oh yeah, so as far as that kind of thing goes, I am running against my other PC version world record. But I mean, this version will be on its own leaderboard though, because of the little changes that they did do. Because some of them... There we go. Sorry, I forgot I had to time that. DQDR! Thank you for subscribing. Alright, so what am I talking about with the Tifa limit bar thing? Here's the deal. I want Tifa to gain her limit on apps. We want apps to trigger Tifa's limit to become full, because then the fast ATB that she'll get from that will speed up that fight. So the thing is, if you can fight Airbuster here just by holding circle, and then the limit breaks will kill him, but he's gonna counterattack the first person that hits him. And so if we have that be Tifa, then he'll counterattack Tifa and she will get some limit bar. The question is though, if she gets too much limit bar, like as in her limit bar fills completely, then it can't fill on the apps fight. But if we leave it where it is right now, it's too full, or it's too empty, and so it won't fill on the apps fight. You know what I mean? I think the splits are going to be different from the old version, yeah. Particularly, there's things like fast chocobos. When we get to chocobo racing, you'll see a big difference. All right, so here we go. I'm going to lead this fight with Tifa. And hopefully, this does not give her a limit. Hopefully, this fills her limit bar, not completely. Ah, dang. We will mark on our checklist that the Braver and a Big Shot happened. It was an insane Guard Scorpion fight. I think on my record run, I think my Midgar was just kind of trash. How much time do you lose out with the W item on the new PC version? Well, not... do you mean like how you have to really slowly dupe? You had to really slowly dupe on the regular PC version as well, so I think it's about exactly the same. because the battle menus are just, they're 15 FPS in both versions. This version, the menus are a little bit better because double input glitch is fixed, but they're still 15 FPS and you still have to do your W item duping pretty slowly. And I would say fast chocobos, I mean, I think it's probably going to save about 5 minutes in the run, would be my guess, if you're lucky with it. The thing is, like, it's randomish, so I don't know how much it'll actually save normally, you know? Should we be worried about how it's running over 30 all the time? I mean, as long as it runs about the same for everybody, it doesn't matter. However, yeah, that's gonna be... I mean, that's why I have the FPS counter up, though, is for us to, you know, figure these things out, make these decisions, you know? If it turns out that, like, that it's vastly different between runners, then we'll need to regulate it. But if it's about the same for every runner, then it doesn't matter. But no, nothing has been submitted for this version yet. I don't know if anyone's done a run on this version yet, which is why I'm doing a hundo, you know? Is to get as much data as possible. Oh yeah, do you think hyper jump crashes the game on this one? One of Sid's limit breaks apparently can crash the PC version, the 2013 version. But if you Vincent Mug glitch skip it, then it's fine. Why is there a new version? I think it's because since the 2013 version, they've released this game on Switch, PS4, Xbox, PS5, right? And that version of the game has new features. It's got boosters and stuff on it. And that's essentially what this version of the game is. Now they've then ported that version to Steam now and to GOG. So, like, if you are a customer, right? If you're a customer, that's going to be the Square Enix sales pitch on this version to you, is that it's got boosters. Oh, and yeah, and it's way easier to set up a controller. All right, here we go. 2 text boxes, and then say, run. Now we can take our time here because we're waiting for the next guard, so we can get this movement just right. Here's a back attack. Dartashi, hello, welcome. Companies usually dislike selling multiple versions of the game, which is why an older one usually gets deleted. Yeah, especially when they've remade the game. Imagine how confusing it would be if you typed in Final Fantasy VII on the Steam search bar, and your options were Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII 2013, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. If you're just like an average person who doesn't follow, you know, the multiple releases and stuff, you'd be like, what the fuck version is which? Oh, forgot to buffer there. Are glitches allowed in Hundo like materia smuggling? So materia smuggling specifically is not allowed because that requires you to set up a save file ahead of time that you smuggle from. You know what I mean? And so we are not allowed to load a file that was made before the timer started. Now, technically, you could do the materia smuggle as long as both of the save files that you were using were created after the timer started. But that you wouldn't be able to save time with it by doing that. Materia smuggling is like you can gain access to materia from a different save file in one save file if you kind of move the menus around in a fun way. Alright, there's Turtles 1. But in general, though, like, glitches and stuff are all allowed. Whoop. It's just... a lot of them will make it so you can't get 100%. Like, for example, we didn't do guard skip, for example. And the reason we didn't do guard skip is because for 100% completion, we need to defeat Airbuster. Has this version had some of the kinks ironed out? It had a couple kinks ironed out, and then they added another kink. Oh, I just talked about that, Will. Why we didn't do guard skip, yeah. We need to fight Airbuster. So we're also not going to do Cosmo Canyon skip, because we need to fight Gina Tak, and get the added effect materia. And then we are not going to do Raid on Midgar skip, because we need to fight Proud Claude. And get a few items in there as well. But we are going to do Calm skip, because nothing in the Calm flashback constitutes 100% progression. You missed the 20k random game review? Yeah, it was just... I realized that I don't like channel point rewards that break the flow of the stream at a time that I don't decide, you know what I mean? I like being in control of the pace and tempo of my own stream. Whoop. Alright, sell everything except the iron bangle. 66 grenades. And now, time to attempt playground skip. This skip has only a 50% chance to work. Nice! Yes! So the reason that skip only has a 50% chance to work is how it works is Eris, she catches Cloud by, if you're standing on a pair of triangles. There's a pair of triangles that the game checks for whether you're standing on them. But the thing is, because of how her script works, she only checks the triangles every other frame. So the movement that we do right there is a setup so that we only spend one frame on the triangle that she checks as we pass by. And so if it's on the off frame, you get the skip. But if it's on the on frame, you miss the skip. And there's no visual cue to tell whether you're on the on or off frames. On the PlayStation version, you can do a setup that allows you to use the blinking arrow pattern in order to time it. But on the PC version, it doesn't work because you can't buffer the arrows on on the PC version like you can on the PlayStation version, so there's no way to get them consistently blinking. So why did I turn the arrows on then? I turned the arrows on because I used, like, the way that I get into position is by getting the hand relative to the red arrow. So I know what, so that, yeah, that's just getting into position. Can I play it blindfolded? I've done the opening reactor blindfolded, including the guard scorpion fight, but nothing beyond that. There are other folks who have routed more of the game blindfolded, though. I know Toastmat has done a good amount of blindfolded routing. And then I think Monetary Dragon has done a bunch as well. Okay, I need to pay attention on this part, especially after hitting Playground Skip. I really don't want to make a dialogue error and kill the run. So I'm gonna focus a little bit here. Second option here. Come over here. 2, 3, third option. Come up here. Second option here. And morning, hello everybody, welcome, welcome. Now we come in here in order to set up the dress quest. Is it a biscuit or a laxative? It might be a suppository. Yo, soap crates. Oh yeah, some Pepto. I mean, digestive does make it sound more like Pepto. Suppository is more for constipation. Alright, here we do bar skip, where we basically we do both of these cutscenes at the same time. So you'll see multiple text boxes drawn over each other here. Boom. Saves like 10 seconds to do it that way. But you can if you don't do it right, you can soft lock, is why I had to kind of be quiet. Alright, squats time. Now, one thing, one thing that I kind of forget to talk about whenever people ask me, like, if I like what I like about this version, what I don't like. One thing I don't like is this version, and that's what I'm getting at now. This version changes the confirm button to X. Now, it lets you swap them back, but if you swap them back, it changes the controls on a bunch of stuff. So, like squats, for example, check out these inputs. We have to go in this direction on the inputs. Instead of square X circle, it's square circle X. This makes playing the piano for Tifa's final limit really difficult. But also, this game's timer runs too slow, so check this out. I'm probably going to get 23 squats. Yep, 23 squats. I don't know what they did to the timer in this game, but the in-game time runs too slowly. Like, significantly too slowly. squats are all in the rhythm. It's not even rhythm. You can just buffer each input ahead of time. So every time that you, like, instantly when the, like, as the game starts, you're just already holding square. And then instantly when you hear the square input get accepted by the sound effect, you then switch to the next input and just start holding it. And then when you hear that input get triggered, then you switch to the next one, right? It's every one of them gets buffered. It's like you're playing Guitar Hero 3. And you can just hit every hammer-on early as long as you wait for it to cross the strike line. Ugh. Hopefully someone knows what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that. And yeah, this is the new one, Soap Crates. The whole idea of the run today is I am establishing 100% time for this new version. Doo-doo. Yeah, it drove me nuts in Guitar Hero 3 the way that, like, you could hit hammer-ons literally infinitely early as long as you held it until it crossed. And the problem is that teaches you to play wrong. It teaches you bad timing. Like, the game rewards you for timing poorly. And I hate that. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. All right. Grab this ether. I gotta see if Rocksmith works on my new computer. On my old PC, I could not get Rocksmith to detect the real tone cable. But I switched to an AMD build, and maybe this one will get it right. Hey, timing's important with every instrument, unless you're just playing solo, right? If it's a solo piece, like you're just like a pianist, you know, then your timing can be a little more wishy-washy. And it kind of makes it interesting, you know? Like, that's one thing that I really like about, like, classical piano and classical guitar and stuff, is the way that, like, there's a lot of slowdown and speed up, you know? That just makes the piece more interesting. Obst! Welcome, welcome. Hello, Obst and Obst viewers. Hello, welcome. Oh, we are speedrunning Final Fantasy VII 100%. That means that this is expected to be about a 14.5 hour run. And, no raid notification? You must have just missed it. But yeah, it's about a 14.5 hour run if everything goes really well. You know, it's about a 15-hour run if things don't go that well. And, or actually, here's one thing about the run, though. I gotta repeat this. I gotta make sure everybody knows about this. Here's the deal. And before you ask, no, there is no way to fix this on this version without completely rerouting everything. 6.5 hours into the run, there is going to be a 30% chance for us to be able to continue. We're gonna hit a 30%. We must hit it, or the run instantly dies. All right? It's going to happen 6.5 hours in. All right? So everyone just be ready for disappointment. And if it happens, if we don't hit it, then I'm trying again tomorrow. And if we don't hit it tomorrow, I'm trying again the next day. And then that's it. I've scheduled 3 days to be open for attempts. But yeah. Definitely check out Obst. Here, let me check out Obst if you're on Twitch. He is one of my oldest Twitch friends. Hang on a second. I got it. There we go. There we go. Every TwitchCon that I've gone to, Obst and I have hung out, you know. We've been TwitchCon buddies. All right, here we go. Hang on a second. This guy, we got to bolt him, and then we got to double grenade him. And yeah, I didn't go to 2025. I probably won't go to 2026. Honestly, I don't think I'm ever going to TwitchCon again. I think 2024 was my last TwitchCon. Not for any crazy reason. It's just that I just wasn't really feeling it in 2025. And then now I'm gonna have a kid. I am having a child in about 1 month, and so TwitchCon is gonna be off the table. Alright, so here's the deal. He is now going to get another turn. If that limit break thing that I was talking about with Tifa had worked out, he wouldn't have gotten this turn. So that's the big deal about that. But alright, there we go. Do I feel like I actually miss anything by not attending TwitchCon? I mean, it's fun to hang out with my Twitch friends, you know? Like, it's a fun time. Not for the con. I don't go for, like, the con. When you go to, like, the show floor, and it's like, oh, do you want to go to the Turtle Beach booth and look at their headsets? Do you want to go to the G-Sups? Is that a thing? G-Sups? That's a thing, right? 1, 2, 3.5. Do you want to, like, see their booth? No. Do you want to watch a girl jump into the foam pit and break her back? Not really. So, like, the con floor isn't what you're there for. It's the fact that some of your other Twitch friends also go, and then you guys get to just go to, like, a karaoke bar and eat at restaurants and stuff. Alright, after this fight, we put Restore Steel on Cloud, and we cure the party. Restore Steel. Cure the party. So next fight, we need to steal a ghost hand from one of the ghosts. Oh yeah, so those of you just joining, 100% means that we need to finish the game with every item in the game in our inventory. And we also need to learn every E-skill, defeat every boss, learn every limit break, that kind of stuff. So one of the items that we need to stop and particularly get for this category is the Ghost Hand, which we can steal from a ghost here. Okay, we did not get the steal, so now I'm grenading the other ghost because their turns are really long. And so this one is going to keep disappearing every time I try to steal from it. There we go. But the other one starts doing a bunch of really annoying attacks if he stays alive, so that's why I grenaded it. And there we go. We got our ghost hand. FFD Final Fantasy Dude, welcome on in. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the good luck. Now we get a preemptive with 3 Dean Glows here. And I'm going to throw out a attempt at stealing an ether. We didn't get it. That ether is just for money, and so we just need to attempt, or we just need to steal an extra ether later because we didn't get that one. The blur is terrible. I wish they didn't do that. It's very ugly, I think. What's more important, knowledge or skill? Honestly, as somebody who's known as like one of the knowledge experts of FF7, I think skill is more important. You don't need to know a lot of the stuff, you know? You just need to be really good at executing. Now, the thing is, though, a lot of the time, execution does come down to knowing things, right? Like, to properly execute, you need to know the details a lot of the time, but not necessarily. Some people just memorize, like, a million different, like a flow chart in their head of what to do in what situations, like, instead of, like, thinking about the mechanics and deriving what to do based on knowledge, based principles and knowledge. Instead, they just have, like, a memorized if this, then this in their head. You know what I mean? And if you're good at executing, then that's totally fine. The situation on Big Shoes, we only get 3 chances and safety strats are not possible. So, you know, that's just how it's going to be on this version. I am going to double limit here. I couldn't wait for a yeah there. Alright. Normally, Beat Rush is a waste of time, but on the 100% run, we have to use 9 Beat Rushes to unlock Tifa's next limit break. So every Beat Rush that we use is, like, literally free. Because if we don't do it now, we have to do it later. Okay, him giving Cloud his limit back right away was really good. That's pretty nice. Zakara, thank you for resubscribing. Okay. If runners want to do the old route as their only option to pirate the game, if you already owned FF7 on Steam, then FF7 2013 should be in your library. If you don't already own the game, and so you don't have FF7 2013 in your library, modders are currently working on getting the 2013 version to work using the new version's files. And they're basically already there. So I don't think that the old version is going to be unrunnable or require piracy. Slap skip. If you clear the text boxes just right here, which I'm using Turbo, it skips the animation of song skipping or slapping Eris. It doesn't save any time because Eris still does her animation of getting slapped, which takes the same amount of time. It's just funny that he doesn't do it. And she just acts like she got slapped, even though he missed his cue. Wrist is doing pretty well. I can bend it back pretty well. Forward, it kind of hurts to bend it forward still. But yeah, we're working on it. It's getting better. For those curious, I got a ganglion cyst removed from my left wrist a couple weeks ago. I do speedrun the original PS1 version. I have the world record of 100% on the PC, or sorry, on the PS1 version. And for the most popular category, any percent no slots, I have the 5th fastest time. All right. How many versions are there? I mean, this is one of those games where it's like there's the PlayStation version, but if you want to get into it, the game originally came out in Japan and actually got significantly updated for the US before it came out in the US. For example, did you guys know that the original Japanese release of this game did not have Emerald and Ruby weapon in it? It didn't even have a Diamond weapon fight in it. Diamond weapon itself was in the game, but the fight wasn't in the game. And then Ruby and Emerald weapon are just completely not in the game. As well as a lot of other differences in the like the way that the game runs. Like world map RNG is run differently. You get in a lot more random battles and that kind of thing. So there's the original JP 1.0 is what we call that version. Then it came out in the US. Then the version that we got in the US then got the Japanese script put back into it and released in Japan as FF7 International Edition. So there's that. So those 3 are the 3 PlayStation versions. Then, yeah, it was a lot more buggy, yes. Then the game originally came out on PC, like a disc-based PC version. Then it came out on Steam. Then there's and those 2 versions are different. Then it released on HD consoles, which is like, that's like the PS4, Switch, PS5 version. Then it came out on Windows Store, which is mostly the HD console version. And now this version is basically the Windows Store version, but with even more like slight changes made to it. Alright, so those walking steps are to avoid an encounter. Once again, those are steps that I don't count, I just use a visual cue for them. I already got turtles before. So we're just going straight in here. Where's the cat? Oh, she's right here. In fact, that's a perfect time to ask. Here she is. Oh, she's twitching. She's having a little kitty dream. So yeah, she is lodged into the space between my leg and the arm of the chair. And she's got her face planted into my leg. Look at her kicking her feet. Do you see that? She'll probably do it again if I... Yeah, look at... You see her kicking her feet? She's dreaming. She loves when I stream in the morning, dude. Like when I wake up and I come down to the studio first thing in the morning, she follows me down and gets on the chair before I even sit down. Don't most leaderboard things frown on running with mods? Yes. Like in general, the baseline of speedrunning, right? Like just the unwritten default state of speedrunning is to assume that nothing has been modified. But depending on the game, the community might decide that a mod is necessary. For example, the 2013 version, we require a mod called Speed Square, because what it does is it makes the game run at a consistent speed. The 2013 version of the game, depending on whose computer you run the game on, the field FPS runs at a wildly different speed. That's just totally not fair between runners, you know? So, Speed Square is a mod that kind of, it like changes the rendering backend of the game and makes it run at a consistent speed for everybody. So, there's an example of a time where we require it. And so now it's not that much more of a stretch then, right? To then say that, like, to be able to play the 2013 version now using the new files, like, because now we're in a situation where the 2013 version is no longer purchasable. So we could either have a dead leaderboard, or we could allow modders to make the 2013 version out of the new files, and then allow people to run that. When my cyst was removed, was I out or local anesthesia? So when I had carpal tunnel surgery a couple years ago, that was local anesthesia, where I was able to watch, but I did not. I did not watch. I could not watch. I almost passed out just from the injections that they gave me to do the local anesthesia. And then even when the doctor was doing the surgery and he was saying like, all right, I've got you all opened up. And I was like, okay. And then a bit, hang on, I have to think about whether I'm missing anything. I got to make sure I'm doing this right. We should get a fight here. There it is. Okay. And then when the doctor was like, okay, I've got the tunnel all opened up here. I was like, I told him like, you got to stop telling me. You got to, I don't give me the updates. I can't hear it. Please don't tell me what it looks like. So that's how carpal tunnel was. For the cyst getting removed, I was put under for that. So that was wild. I've never been put under before. So it was crazy. Like, I laid down on the table. They put a mask on me that said that it was for oxygen. And, because I had an IV in me also, right? And they put a mask on me and said, like, here's oxygen. And then they were, like, the nurses were, like, talking amongst themselves about, like, the procedure. And then I just woke up in the chair after the procedure. All right. So then there's batteries. As long as he doesn't say oops, I gotta tell you guys about the second carpal tunnel surgery. Okay, so the first carpal tunnel surgery, the surgeon did it, and he sewed me up, and we were good to go. The second carpal tunnel surgery I had, the surgeon did the surgery, and then he left, and some other guy sewed it up. And while the other guy was sewing it up, he kept asking the nurse, like this? And I was like, what's going on here? He was like this? And 100% he did it too tight. The stitches were way too tight. And when I got like this hand, you can barely see the scar. There's barely a scar on this hand. On this hand, definitely put the stitches on too tight to where it didn't even heal over the course of the 2 weeks. And there's a big, ugly scar here now. It's not that bad, it's just a scar, but like, come on. All right, the way that you do this pull, by the way, is you hit circle just after the squeak. Boom. First try every time. Right. You don't want, oh no, we're good. Oh, yeah. Right. To answer the question, we are not required to master every materia. And one of the, beyond what Ace has said, the other reasons that we don't need to master materia is it doesn't get us anything that we don't already have. For example, mastering all the materia lets you get the master materia, right? Like the master magic, master command, master summon. However, we already get those by turning in the Earth Harp. Or by defeating Emerald Weapon. And then we also, we don't need to worry about learning the other abilities from leveling up the materia, because we already get those from the master materia. And yes, on the PC, on the 100% run on this route, there is a new 100% route that does elevator manip, but on this route, we take the stairs. The reason being that the stairs are very consistent, and the number of battles that we want to get into, as well as the amount of money that we want to have, and all that kind of stuff, has all been routed out, assuming that we've taken the stairs. You cannot get the Behemoth Horn yet. You have to get it during Raid on Midgar. But that's actually a fun thing, is that doing the stairs right now actually sets up a glitch later that makes the Behemoth Horn faster. So what it is take a look at this field that we're on right now. And let's look at the items that are here. You've got the workbox there, you've got the straw thing there, the cable there, you've got the lighter fluid there, the toolbox there. There's a film on the ground there, a couple of crates, empty soda can, toolbox, film, nothing, CRT monitor, crate with the thing on it. Okay, so on this field, it's all exactly the same. And the reason is that you actually run up the same field 7 times as you go up the stairs. And the game keeps a counter, it's literally the same field. When we get to the top, it doesn't load us into a new field. It just teleports us to the bottom and reloads the field, but it increments a counter. It increments a counter that keeps track of how many times we've gone up the stairs. And when the counter, it starts at 0, and it goes up by 1 every time we hit the top. And when we load into the field and the counter is at 6, it takes away the trigger that increments the counter and resets the field, and instead leaves a trigger behind it that sends you to the top floor. So, the deal with all of this is that when we, the thing is that stair counter is actually saved to your save file, and it is not set to 0 when you enter the stairs from the bottom. So that means that later, when we come back to the Shinra Tower from Raid on Midgar, it means that if we enter from the bottom, and then we go up into this field, we will start at the top of the stairs. We will wrong warp to the top of the stairs. So I think that it's a smart way to do it, you know? By the way, there we go. They did not censor Tifa on this version. Anyway, so it's a smart way to program it in the first place, doing it this way. However, they did make an error in having it saved to your file and then not set it to 0 when you enter from the bottom. That makes it so that you can wrong warp later. It's not super rare, Martin, it's just that you can only get it later, and if you take stairs both times, you'll wrong warp past it the first time. The second time, I mean to say. You'll wrong warp past it the second time. Oops. Okay, I think that was fine. Alright, here, these guys have a chance to drop tranquilizers, and we don't want tranquilizers in our inventory right now. We want to get them later. So if they drop here, I have to reject them. So very easy to reject. We just hold up and circle. There we go. Current world record is 14:32:22 by me. But that's on the 2013 version. This version has not had a run completed on it yet. I was just saying, McMurchie, the reason is we're going to get tranquilizers later, and we're going to have enough. We don't need that one tranquilizer. We're going to have enough later. And when we get them later, we get them at a specific time where they drop into a convenient part of our inventory. So it would just screw up our inventory sorting if we get them right now. Yo, Sting. Alright. Yeah, you can see how fucked up the models are at the bottom right now, even. Okay. On this part, the mayor password, look at my IGT. Boom, it ticked over to 1. That means that the IGT, or the password, is going to be bomb. It's based on your in-game time, which password he selects. Is Danger Valentine here? Did I miss him? Sorry, I was kind of focused in. Brandon, thank you. Yo, Cornfed. 100. Your dad and you are watching in Florida. Oh, nice. Well, hello again to Danger Valentine's father. Hello. Talking about camping out for the Wii. Yeah, dude. Back in 2006 it came out, right? Yeah, I camped out at a local Walmart to get the Wii right at midnight, and old Danger Valentine came and kept me company. It was a bit cold, yeah. It was November, you know? I remember somebody pulled up, like this is 2006, right? So pretty late in the day, somebody pulled up in a van, and out of the van, they pulled out a CRT television set and a GameCube and organized a Smash Bros. Tournament for us to play while we were camping out. And I remember my thumbs were so cold that I could barely, like, move the character. I won the Mario Kart DS tournament. I did not win the Smash Bros. Tournament. But yeah, much earlier in the day, everybody had their DSs, you know, and we played a big Mario Kart tournament, and I did win that. And I've told the story before, but it's funny now. Extremely embarrassing at the time. I won the Mario Kart tournament, and upon crossing the finish line on the final race, I stood up and said, "Pwned!" and sat back down. Oh man. As a 16-year-old piece of shit, dude. I immediately regretted it. But hey, you know, I pwned him. What can I say? What up, Popo? Was that Boom Headshot days? It probably was. But oh yeah, I mean, those were back in the days where like video games were still something to be made fun of. Like being somebody who enjoyed video games was something to be ridiculed about, you know? It's very funny when you watch old videos of like interviews of like people camping out for like the PS2 and stuff, and how much of them really are just like nerdlingers. But man, I tell you, I get like a deep sense of like true nostalgia, right? A lot of the time people use the word nostalgia to just mean like I have like a particular taste for something from my past. But I think really nostalgia, I think, doesn't the word actually mean like it's like a sickness, it's like a longing for something from your memory, you know? That's how I feel when I watch stuff like that. When I watch like old like footage of a midnight launch of a PS2 game, and like everyone is just like friendly and nerdy and like close together, you know, and stuff, and it's like it's like it's similar to like homesickness, you know. Yo, Phantom Chief. You feel that type of nostalgia listening to WoW music? Yeah. I hear that for sure. People just communicating with each other, having a good time, reading gaming magazines. Yeah. You called yourself a closet nerd. Never talked about video games in high school. Somehow, a couple years later after graduation, some group of friends that never talked about games all played games the whole time. When I was in high school, we found the other video game nerds, and we had the video game clique, you know? There was definitely it wasn't so much like it was the generation past, where it was like the nerds and the jocks, and they were like at war. It wasn't quite like that. Like there was lots of cross. There was lots of cross compatibility between the cliques. The cliques existed, but they were starting to get along a bit more. You know what I mean? Yo, MD. And then, of course, there was the Goths, right? All right, here, take Barret. Actually, I'm gonna save a grenade with the fire. So the strat here is we're using ATB weight, and I'm using ATB weight in such a way, like right now I'm not sending this grenade until Red's ATB bar is empty. That way, when time flows, at least 2 of my characters are gaining ATB instead of only 1. Like, if I sent this grenade right now, only Barret would be gaining ATB. But now, both Cloud and Barret are gaining ATB. All right, nice, nice. Bum. Mrs. Dash, thank you for resubscribing. All right, boom. We're gonna get into a fight here, and we need to take 4.5 steps afterward. Dee. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Little bit extra though, because I was behind the thing, so I overwalked it on purpose. All right. But yeah, Orgrimmar, Barons. I think the Barons would probably be the song that I would have the most nostalgia for. But like Tirisfal Glades and Kalimdor is, or not Kalimdor, Durotar. Still playing games from that age on a regular basis? Yeah, dude. I recently, the thing is, I used to only have a CRT in the studio here for when I play retro games on stream. But recently, I went on Craigslist and I got a new tube TV to put upstairs in the family room. So now I've got my regular Nintendo up in my family room, like by the regular TV that Mrs. Dash is usually using. So I've been jamming NES games lately. I think I'm gonna replay Symphony of the Night one of these days as well. That's kind of the next game I'm thinking of replaying. Also Crash Bandicoot I want to play again. Metalhead, how's it going? Thank you for the 54 months resubscribing. Thank you. But yeah, it's funny, like, World of Warcraft, not only does World of Warcraft music take me back, but also just other music that I played while I played World of Warcraft takes me back, you know? Mr. E0, thank you for subscribing. Like Tubbring, for example. When I first started listening to Tubbring, I was in the Barrens in World of Warcraft. So now when I hear, like, the album Zoo Hypothesis by Tubbring, or Fermi Paradox, when I listen to those albums, it just, like, teleports me right back to just sitting there wanding giraffes in the Barrens, you know? Pan, thank you. for resubscribing. Pancito Integral. Do you guys remember the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral podcast? Integral podcast. I also still use Winamp, specifically because it has an add-on called ChipAmp that lets you play like actual original game files. Like when I play this, like that's actually that's not a like a WAV file or an MP3. That's like the actual game files played through ChipAmp, which is sweet. It do be whipping the llama's ass. Also, you're right about that. Alva, thank you for the good luck. Why did I hit R1 there? Okay, we are about to get into a preemptive encounter in which I must steal a deadly waste. Please give me a fast steal. Ooh, you love to see it, dude. Now, switch me to A to be active. Auto trigger, as in I'm using turbo? Yes, I'm still using turbo. Alright, now force an encounter right here. We just run from this one. Ooh, got the refuse. This is just a long animation. It's nice when you don't have to watch this animation. Did I solve the accidental booster problem? Yes. The issue during the practice run was that I had plugged my controller in after booting the game, so Steam input didn't like properly load my profile. Did I like or play Final Fantasy VIII? Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy VIII is awesome. I really like the soundtrack, for one thing. Love the soundtrack of 8. It might even be better than the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. But also, I just think the gameplay is fun, right? I think the junctioning system is really cool and fun. I get that drawing is kind of tedious, but, like, it's fine. Like, all you have to do is junction everybody's magic stat really early on, and then they draw way faster. Alright. I gotta say, though, I have only finished it once. I started a here, let me tell you this. When I played through, like, all the Final Fantasies 1 through 13, when I off-stream thought, I'm gonna replay one of them. I decided to replay one of them. First one I replayed was 8. However, then that wrist problem started. That was when my wrist problem started. And so, so that was actually after I had only played Final Fantasies 1 through 10. Because I played 12. I was in the middle of 12 when the wrist problem started. Anyway, point is, 8 was my first choice to replay, but I didn't finish it because the wrist problem started. So now I'm gonna have to do it again. Whoops. Okay, I gotta flip around Barrett and Eris here. Because I accidentally put him in the wrong order. 12 was very long, but the thing was, like, I liked it the whole time. I was glad it was long because I liked it the whole time, you know? Whoa, nice crit, asshole. Did I figure out the behemoth hunt on my own? I remember doing all the hunts on my own, but which one was the behemoth? Was that the one where, when you first... Was that the winter one? Where, like, when you first enter, it's snowy and, like, you gotta... Or no, that's the one where you have to, kill everything in the previous rooms, right? Yes, I did figure that out. I mean, I didn't really figure it out so much as I accidentally did the right thing eventually. But yeah, that took forever. Alright, mark down that we used a healing wind. The sleep on Barrett here is kind of annoying because that prevents me from... Actually, I'm going to grenade again here, and then I'm going to flip my turn order around so that we can do this right. Finish blueprints? No. In fact, I haven't made any hard progress in blueprints for a while. Like, I'm making progress in blueprints, but I haven't found any more of the red letters in a long time. Alright, so there's another big shot. Here comes a sled fang. Nice. So this is a really good split because I got a good deadly waste steal. Excellent. Wonderful. Remember that from Pokemon Snap? Wonderful. All right, dog skip. No dog skip. Boom. Oh, nice crit, asshole. Jeez. Please don't crit me again. Okay. We should be good now. Because even if he crits now, I won't die. Yo, Monkey D. Momo. Turtles, turtles, turtles. I kind of have no idea, Danger. It doesn't actually seem like they're that much different. I would like to use the restroom here, but like... Yo, Instructor Sarah, hello, hello. But like, the cat is still sleeping. It's Turbo. I can take a bathroom break whenever. Doesn't have to be now. Thoughts on the FF7 movie, Advent Children? When I was 14 and it came out, it was the coolest shit I'd ever seen in my life. Nowadays, I would say, I think the fight scenes are still cool, but from a story perspective, I don't give a shit. I don't really like any kind of extended universe stuff. Like, Advent Children, cool fight scenes. Crisis Core, great gameplay. However, both of them, I'm not into the extended universe story aspect. I've never played Final Fantasy 15 or 16. I played the demo of 16 and didn't like it very much. But I'd still be willing to give the game a shot if I got to it eventually. Will I play through the remakes when the third one comes out? Nah, I'm done with the remakes. I thought Remake 1 was okay, and then I hated Rebirth and didn't finish it. And so I'm just not interested in the third part. I got no reason to play it. I have played 14 though, yeah. I really enjoyed what I played of 14. But I don't got time for an MMO, right? I speedrun FF7. I don't have time to add an MMO onto my, like, video game chore list. So here, red bikes don't try to pass you if you're attacking, and the game will only spawn up to 3 bikes. So all you gotta do is just kill bikes that aren't red until you have 3 red bikes, and then you can just sit here mashing attack, and they will never try to pass you. On the PlayStation version, you don't even have to mash, you can just hold square or circle, but for this version, for some reason, you can't hold the button on this version. You have to mash it. And I can't use turbo here because my turbo is only set up for the circle button, and this version of the game, where circle and X are swapped, and I have reconfigured the controls to flip circle and X back around so that circle can be confirmed, that means that X is my swing right button. Lawson, thank you for resubscribing. Yeah. Turbo is only for circle, and circle doesn't do anything with this controller configuration on this minigame. Ah, there we go. My favorite part of this game, I really like the Gaia's Cliff dungeon. All right, here we go. Motorbool time. $220 is very normal. And then Braver, 128 is actually kind of low. So we're totally fine on damage here. $218, yeah, we're fine on damage. So here comes bolt number 3. And welcome on in, Damien. The Netherlands, eh? How do you feel about that new Karak Angren song? As if everyone from the Netherlands knows and listens to Karak Angren just because they're from the Netherlands. But hey, maybe you do. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. Here comes bolt number 4. And bolt number 5. They're a symphonic black metal band. Very, very theatrical. All right, all right. Mark down. So that was a 5 Braver Midgar. We got Guard Scorpion, Airbuster, Reno. Yeah, that was a 5 Braver Midgar. Nice. I play in windowed because if I was in full screen, then if a booster was active, it would be off screen, meaning I would be able to crop it out. So to be like super clear that I'm not using boosters, I'm playing in windowed mode because it would be drawn over the game screen if it existed. That's the only reason. All right, 139.15. Dang. Okay, 139. We can take 27, right? No, 37? Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, 37. I could have gone at 20, but I'm dumb. Four left. 5 menu. 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 menu. Oh, 20 would have been so much better. But all of that was just a world map manipulation so that now we won't get an encounter until we make the round around this mountain here. So we should get an encounter about now. Oh, that's a good one, dude. All right, make sure to grab Choco Mog here, and then it's going to be Star Talisman Pendant. Choco Lure goes on Tifa. Bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum. Bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, dum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop. Bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. All right. And yeah, I did toilet skip this time, Zakara. So we'll see next toilet break. All right, sell. Talisman Star Pendant. Pop down here. 141.36. Okay, so we'll go like this. Back row, everybody. ATB wait. 41.43. We can take 48. So this is going to be our second encounter. Our second extra encounter. So I'll mark those down. This is also a reject drops if we get them. All right, all right. And time for Calm Skip. So if you guys have never seen Calm Skip before, prepare to have your minds blown. Here's how it works, basically. Is the world map is made up of triangles, right? And when you're standing on the triangles, the hit detection, the game's hit detection, the way that it's programmed is it always looks at Cloud's most recent 6 triangles before it looks at any of the others, in order to save processing time. And so the problem is, though, that the little list of triangles that it has, that it points at, It points at a specific memory address in RAM. It doesn't take into account that the triangle might have moved due to you loading and unloading different chunks of the world map. So, oh, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Also, your 6 triangles do not update while you're on a chocobo. So here's how we do it. We get on the chocobo, which puts us on, it steps on a couple triangles in front of the chocobo. Now our triangles are not updating anymore. So what we do is we do this particular pattern of movement, which loads and unloads the chunks of the world map into a different order, into different parts of RAM. And now, when the game tries to look at the last 6 triangles that it had of Cloud, one of them has been corrupted and is basically infinitely large now. And we can just always stand on it. But that doesn't let us go to the left, because that's only this chunk of the world map. So what I did there was I just bumped into a triangle that's from the chunk of the world map to the left of us now. Now we're doing this chocobo movement to corrupt that triangle. So now we have a corrupted triangle in both this chunk and the chunk to the left of us. And that allows us to run all the way through the mountain. Boom. Nice try, Shizor, nice try. If you get into a battle while you're inside the mountain, you're soft locked and the run is dead. And that's how we skip doing the calm flashback. Wow, single encounter traversal? How the hell did I lose that much time? I mean, I did have to wait I waited like 20 seconds for my world map manip. But other than that, how did I lose so much time there? That's crazy. But okay, so for the checklist then, we only got 1 encounter. That's excellent. So we only have 3 extra encounters right now. Yo, Ashen One. Why? Oh shit, I forgot to heal Barret. Okay. Well, nice miss, idiot. And then hopefully this just poisons and then we don't have to worry about it? Nice, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're fine. Everything is A-okay. Actually, I'm gonna do Barret and then Cloud. And then this way we can jam both their limits. Okay, okay. Mark off another big shot and another beat rush. Now he's gonna bubble somebody. Hopefully it's not Barret. Ah, alright. I really wanted Cloud to gain his limit break here. Okay, Barret should survive this. Hopefully this crits Cloud. If this crits Cloud, that would be crazy. Ah, no crit. So Cloud just barely didn't get his limit break. That's too bad. That's gonna slow down our Genova birth fight. Oh. Okay, either that was that was probably just a really good bottom. I mean, it was a really good bottom as well, so I guess we just saved our time back. Can something kill the run before the 6-hour threshold? Yeah, if I make a mistake. But as far as other things that can kill the run, Calm Skip, getting a battle in the mountain just now, there was like a 5% chance for the run to die right there. Bottomswell can also kill the run if he's particularly angry. Yo, Big C man, how's it going? Do I still get nervous at any points in the run? Oh yeah. When things start to go really well, then you'll notice that I take a lot of deep breaths. Like after any time that I execute something, I'll go, you know, like every single little execution thing. If the run is going really well, I'll start doing that because I'm really nervous. But yeah, run is going very well so far. We are gonna lose time on this split though because Bottomswell didn't give Cloud his limit bar. Yes, Mia? Mia, I gotta make a selection. I can't just mash here. It's right here. Second option. I gotta pull this goober out of your eye. I've got a paper towel to wipe it on. Oh, I'm getting it. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel better? Do da da do da da do. Right there, Cloud can soft lock on the stairs if you're not on the right spot, so that would have killed the run. But I think you have to be... I purposefully go wide around the corner so it doesn't happen. Jun, 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 jun. Okay. Soft locking on the Midgar ladder after the triple jump at the beginning. Triple jump? Here for the dolphin jump, you just go a little bit left. Boom. Sounds good, Damien. And yo, hidden object. Right after Lamp, the weird jump animation Cloud has. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know about this soft lock, maybe. Are you talking about the Midgar raid? And when you jump on the thing and then like the platform falls? And then there's the really tall... Are you talking about the super tall ladder next to the Aegis armlet? Because yes. Okay. I have soft locked on that ladder in a hundo before. Yeah. Like 10 hours into a run, soft locking on that ladder, I have done that also. All right. We are now, the difficulty mode is increased as Mia is waking up and beginning to mess with me. Right now, I think she just wants pets, though. Okay, so a really good bathroom break is after the marching game. Did you guys know at our wedding, the grand march of the wedding, which is like after the sand ceremony, when we and the bridesmaids and groomsmen all like walk into the dinner hall, you know? We came into this song. All right, so check out the input display if you need to. Here's how you do this part. You just buffer down and run until you bonk into the second guy, and then walk right to the back row and then left. So bonk, bonk, walk right, walk left, and now, as you're walking left, you just hit circle to time each of these text boxes. But you have to hold circle for a few frames every time. You can't just tap it. All right, now, bathroom break time. Oh, sorry for elbowing the mic. It's just hard to, you know, sit down around the cat. Ah, there we go. All right, so now this command game is a little confusing because it's not represented here, but in the actual game, like right here it's normal. Circle means circle. It's on the right. Like they trick you here. Square is on the left, and now watch. X is on the bottom. Yeah, just like you'd expect it to be. But this is a trick. During the actual game, X and circle will be flipped around. All right, 1, 1, 1, 1, 11, 13, 4. So there's our hypers and tranks going into the spot that we want them to be in. The commands here are RNG. But RNG in this game is very predictable. So, well, actually, they changed this game a little bit on this version. They made this game a little bit easier on this version, which I think changes how the game plays out compared to how it does in the original version. But like Ace actually made here's how it works. Every single frame in this room, the game calls RNG. And then each command takes a certain amount of time for it to pass, right? He calls a command and then waits a certain number of frames to call the next command, right? Which means that depending on which frame you begin the game on, which is clearing this text box, boom, right there, clearing that text box is what begins. And now after this, the RNG is going to play out the same way, you know? Because he's always going to wait. The first command is according to RNG, and then he's going to wait that many frames before doing the next command. And then at that point, hang on, I have to concentrate because X and circle are flipped around. Okay, not flipped around from what it says on the screen, flipped around from the location of the text box that opens, which is what I use, you know? You'll notice circle opens on the bottom box, while that should be X. And then X opens on the right box. Anyway, what was I saying? So after a certain number of frames, that means a certain number of RNG calls have occurred, which then means that the next call is going to land on something, and then he's going to say that command. But that means that, if you start on the same RNG position, then the rest of the game will always play out the same way. Because the RNG is always going to land on the same positions for each of his calls, you know? And so Ace actually made a little script where, that found what all of the different, oh, that's not a split on Hundo. I split there on any %. Ace made a script that, counts all of the different possible command games you can get and which ones are the fastest and that kind of thing. But this version waits extra frames. They made the game easier on this version, and that's going to make all of the RNG outcomes different. So he'd have to reprogram it for this version if we wanted to do the same research. You think the loading times are faster than the regular Steam version? I would assume that... My assumption is that they're exactly the same, but a lot of stuff is different, so maybe we should test it. Does this version count as a different category? I believe it will. The question is whether or not it counts as, the HD category. My assumption is going to be that we're going to put it in the HD category, but split from console, because it is different from the console version. But it's more similar, or it's in, the realm of the HD version. So yeah, this version is not going to compete with the 2013 version. They're too different. Colink! Thank you for the $5. I've not played Vandal Hearts. It looks good, though. It looks cool. Does it look as cool as Final Fantasy Tactics, though? I feel like I'd rather just play Tactics again. Ba-da-da-dun, dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. All right, here we go. Tifa Aeris, Hypercloud and Aeris, Force Stealer Power Wrist. Tifa Aeris. For those two. Whoa! Force Stealer Power Wrist. Now, in order to set up a preemptive, we force an encounter right here. And then this movement pattern is to land us on a step ID that is preemptive. So what the game just did is the final battle check that the game just performed. It flagged that yes, it should, if we get a battle, it should be preemptive, and then it saw our danger was not low enough to trigger a battle, so it didn't trigger a battle, but the preemptive flag is still set. And now we're triggering a boss fight. This doesn't work for all bosses. For some of them it does, though. So this is why it sucks that we don't have a Braver with Cloud, because Cloud should be able to do a double damage Braver here, but he doesn't because we didn't get it from Bottomswell. I'm not a fan of the remakes, especially Rebirth. I really didn't like Rebirth. All right, so here comes Braver number 6, right? Yeah, this is Braver number 6. And now I need to fix my turn order. I want Aeris second in the turn order. There, so now the turn order is Cloud, Aeris, Tifa. That makes it so if either Cloud or Aeris gets their limit break, they can use it while Tifa is throwing her grenade. And then the limit priority... takes over. Man, she is kicking the shit out of Cloud. Is this third Braver? 6, 7, 8? I think this is Braver number 8 now. Oops, I did a regular attack with Cloud. That might be really bad. Okay, he got stopped anyway. Means more Bravers, not if he dies. He's probably gonna get shot here. Yeah, he's probably dead right now. No? Oh, we lucked out, dude. Lucky. Holy shit. Get me that healing wind. Oh, man, that's good. Okay, so now here comes his regular attack. Nice. Good job, Cloud. Okay, now we get another healing wind if she survives long enough. Nope. Okay. So again, we lost a little bit of time because Bottomswell didn't give Cloud his full limit bar, but we lucked out on Cloud not dying. That was nice. All right, so yeah, Cloud's got Cross Slash unlocked, so we don't have to worry about farming Bravers anymore. It's possible that the cloud attack actually did save time. Like, if it saved a grenade, then it saved time, because a cloud attack is faster than a grenade. But if it didn't do enough damage to save a grenade, then it lost time. Right now, I have no plan to play Remake Part 3, just because I've just completely lost interest. My interest was shaky at the start, and then with how I felt about Rebirth, it's like, nah, I just don't even care about Part 3. How fast has a run died? I've probably had a run die to Guard Scorpion, and not just because it was slow. I've probably had Guard Scorpion actually kill me before, I imagine. Like if he double crits or something like that. I'm sure that's happened at some point. My cat needs a cat? Oh, the other cat's upstairs. Don't worry, she spends plenty of time with him. The other cat likes to find a place to sleep, and then Mia will go find him and just lay down on top of him until he leaves. Yo, Toby, thank you for the good luck. Oh, the other reason to play in windowed mode is that I can have this input display up behind the game. Have the cats realized Mrs. Dash is pregnant? She did notice that Magic, the other cat, has been a lot more cuddly ever since she got more pregnant. He's cuddling with her all the time. Okay, sell. 2 ethers, protect vest white cape, buy a 4 slots, and 8 Molotovs. Then, this menu is kinda tricky. Equip Tifa. 4 slots. Tifa then gets all long range. Cloud gets the other all. Steel. E-skill. E-skill. Then you get ice, fire, Ifrit, Chocomog, lightning, and then we look at our. Oh, I'm too early for my world map manips start at 210. And we're at 209.40. Oh, great. We're instantly getting punished. Instantly getting punished for not manipping the world map. Awesome. Why are the Steam reviews for this version so bad? When this version first released, like minute 1 when the game came out, it installed an empty folder onto your computer instead of installing the game. So that made people mad. And then after they updated it, so they quickly patched that, but after they patched it, the game was unplayably fucked up, where the battles all ran at like 3 or 4 times speed. Like irrecoverable, like you couldn't turn it off. They just ran super fast. Okay, I gotta, that was 2 encounters, so we're at 5 now? We're at 5 now. I gotta write that down. Once we start this summon. All right. 2 more encounters. And then we would really like this fight to drop a bolt plume. We really want to see Bolt Plume on our spoils here. Nope. Okay, okay. We have another chance for Bolt Plume. We'll see if we get it that time. It's about 6.5 hours in, Big Shoes. All right, all right. 5.5 steps. Steamworks has the worst workflow you ever saw. That's funny. Every indie developer I've talked to says the opposite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Force an encounter right here. And now here, wait for it to fade in because I don't want to make a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. And what this should do is we should get an encounter right at the start of the next screen. And it's going to be a preemptive. Once you understand it, it's fine. Okay, so a small indie team like Square Enix, they can't be expected to know how to operate the software. Ah! Oh my gosh, I almost Healing Wind instead of summoned. Did I fall on the 1432? That's funny. Okay, here's another chance for a Bolt Plume. We would love to see Bolt Plume right now. Dang, the high potion debated me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1.5. Whoop. Switch to HB wait. Yo, Parbs. Nice try, Rain. Okay, now we should get an encounter at the end. Did I cure everybody yet? Yes, I cured everybody already. Otherwise, people almost die here, always. Don't kill him. Okay, okay. No fat chocobos. This run is not blessed by fat chocobo. Alright, so here's another walking setup. So from the spot that we got this battle, I just have to walk until we jump. So walk off the screen, walk until the jump here, and then I'm even going to take an extra half a step because I might have forced the encounter too close to the edge of the screen. Fat Chocobo, I think it is a little bit faster, yeah. But really, it's just fun. Alright, here we have a chance to steal a right arm, which would save us about 40 seconds. But it's not worth farming. You just either get it or you don't. 1, 2, 3. On Hundo, we just run straight through, don't need to buy anything. We already bought our Molotovs in Costa del Sol. Yo, Payo time Rams. Alright. Gold saucer time, umbrella time. I tested that the speed square trick does work. I kinda wanna not use it though. Because I feel like it's more fun to not use it. It also feels safer to not use it, because using the trick means that you have to hold X from the start for like a full minute and a half. And, you know, I feel like it's easier to just do the game than it is to, like, make sure you don't somehow release a button for even a frame. FF7's my favorite game ever, yes. My other favorite games ever are, like, Mario 64, Hollow Knight, Wings of V, Demon Souls. Big differences on this version from the previous PC version are they fixed double input glitch, but they made the pre-rendered backgrounds really ugly blurry and screwed up the sound effects. And they fixed like the wrong warping and stuff. But then they also added boosters and they made controller config a lot better. Or, well, they made it easier. You could argue that 2013 version controller config was better because all you needed to do was use Steam input and then it would control, and then it wouldn't have the fucked up stuff. This one, the controller config would be better, except they flipped X and circle around by default. So if you want circle to be confirmed, you have to flip it back, and then that fucks up the controls of all the minigames. Playing all three of the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne before Demon Souls kind of ruined your ability to enjoy it. I feel like it's good for its own things. Like, if you play the game, I don't know, if you, like, look up how the weapon upgrade system works, that really only opens you up to then criticize it, you know? Versus how the later games do it. You know, I feel like if you put yourself into the headspace that the other games don't exist, and you don't look anything up, the game is great for its own reasons, right? Like, I think the level design is beautiful. Love the boss fights. Every single level is individually super fun. And the atmosphere, oh man, the atmosphere is good. Of, like, the Nexus and each of the different worlds and stuff. Dark Shadow Rage, thank you for raiding on in. Hello, welcome. But, like, yeah, Demon Souls has a lot of stuff where, like, if you read about how the mechanics work, it's difficult to interpret them in a good way. You know what I mean? Like, if you just read how World Tendency works, you'll be like, what the fuck? But if you're playing Demon Souls, and World Tendency just happens, it's, like, atmospheric and mysterious and cool. You know what I mean? Expedition 33 is fantastic. I mean, I only just said I just named 5 games, right? But I would say Expedition 33 is my favorite game that I've played this decade so far, I would say. I think Expedition 33 is number 1 since 2020. Okay. Do not go down the battle tube. We're gonna go up here, and we're gonna arm wrestle. Ah, I picked the wrong guy! This is gonna be a little bit of a problem. Little bit of a problem. So, 1. No. 2. 3. I can fix this, it's fine. 4. 5. It's fine to pick this guy a second time because this is just the only GP that we need. And it's probably faster. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. Alright. Now we go to Speed Square. Ah, don't talk to Dio. Oh, I did the thing again. I did the thing again where I thought I was spawning into this room. So I was buffering up left. But if you talk to Dio, you lose like 30 seconds. Okay, so how do I fix this? I am now missing 100 Jill. So we can fix it by selling... I can probably, like, sell something at, Tiger Lily. Uh-oh. All right. I'm not doing the propeller trick. I don't like it. I don't like doing the propeller trick. This cursor is so squirrely on this version, though. It forfeits your reward? So you might be thinking about if you get too many points with it, it overflows. The propeller trick that we do doesn't cause that. It gets like almost exactly 5,000 points. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's something weird, like, the point counter that's in the game is a 2 byte value. But then, when it checks your score, it, like, interprets it as signed or something like that, so it can be... So it can be negative or something like that. All right, there we go. We got our umbrella. Lost a little bit of time to having to do one extra arm wrestle. Now we go to Battle Square. Played it once, hated it, and never played it again. When I was a kid, I would do the bike minigame until I had enough GP to do the Speed Square game, and just do that over and over. Oh, yeah. So I had carpal tunnel surgery twice because I had it on each hand. But, yeah, like, my parents also had it, and it helped them. For me, yes, it helped. I actually had it for a reason that it didn't help, though. I had, like, an inner wrist burning pain. I just constantly had this burning pain on the inside of my wrist. And on days where it was bad, it would go up into my fingers, it would go up my arm, just this awful burning. That was not carpal tunnel. That, it turned out, was... I just had to start doing a stretch. I just had to start stretching. I never stretched. And that's what the problem was. I didn't know I had to. What carpal tunnel helps is if you're getting a numbness, right? Like, it starts out as, like, your, like, pinky and ring finger start going numb, right? Is like what this whole half of your hand goes numb, right? That's carpal tunnel. And that can be fixed with surgery. The way that they what the surgery is, basically what it is if your tendons tend to get thicker over time, or some people's get thicker, or the carpal tunnel gets swollen, and then there's not enough room in your carpal tunnel. There's not enough room for your ulnar nerve and your tendons to all be in. Hang on a second. We're gonna do this. Boom, 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 and back rotate. And then, yeah, so then your nerves pressing in, or sorry, your tendons, like, pressing into your nerve is what causes the numbness. And then what the surgery does is they, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. What the surgery does is they cut open the part of the tunnel that is compressed, you know, and then so now there's like a split, right, where it's able to open and have a larger circumference. And then I think they close it up, like, bigger, right? They close it up in its bigger state. And then that way now you've got room in there for everything after it heals up. I think your thumb getting tingly or going numb, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's your cubital tunnel, which is more back here. Is like where the problem is occurring, but I'm not positive. I should watch Rookie of the Year, just in general, or is there something about what we're talking about in there? Recently started to get a dull thing in your left hand when stretching or grabbing in certain positions. Might have to do how your left palm got stabbed with a piece of glass a few years ago while dishwashing. Oh, jeez. Yeah, if you ever get like a shot of electricity up your arm, it feels like, that's a carpal tunnel syndrome, or symptom. do, do, do. All right. So it is now time to learn Materia Magic and RPG Limit Break. How's it going, fellas? Materia Magic and Laser we are about to learn. So force the encounter right here. We already learned Cross Slash, so we don't have to worry about Bravering. So we'll just go Grenade and Molotov U. Hey, there's Materia Magic. Grenade and Molotov this guy now that we've learned Materia Magic. Get another Manip attempt out there. Oh, he froze Barrett, which made it so I couldn't weight trick that, so it's good that it survived. Alright, Laser. Molotov, Grenade. Alright, that was a good one. Okay. Tranks, Power Source, Cure. Okay. Being a retro collector, is there any game I bought new and now when I look at the price I think, damn, yes. I have a couple of those. Not even necessarily new though. I bought Rule of Rose for like $20 when it was in the GameStop bargain bin. And now that game is very, very expensive. A new one though, I got the Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner 2 package with like the little Jack Frost plushie. And I think that's pretty expensive now. However, my copy, a cat knocked it off of a shelf and the shell broke. So like it's not really sealed anymore and it's damaged. The game is still fine, the plushie is still fine, the game is still sealed even, but the plastic box shell is broken. But I mean, it's fine, because, like, I'm not planning on selling it, so, like, doesn't really matter, you know? That's kind of a funny thing about talking about the value of games, is that, like, I'm not planning on selling any of my games, because that's not why I bought them, you know? I don't buy games as an investment, right? I buy them because I'm interested in playing them. But it is funny to see, like, I guess when you talk about the value of games, it's less about I should sell it, and it's more about I'm glad I bought it when I did, you know? Which, a really funny example of that is the game Kuon for PS2. You know the game Kuon? I bought that game for $300. I paid $300 for Kuon. Go look up how much it's worth now. I'm glad, let's just say I'm glad I bought it when it was only $300. Bury me with it, actually, yeah. Gravius, thanks for subscribing. Bum. And of course, complete in box. If you're looking up the price, complete in box is what we're looking at. God Hand is like 300 now? Damn, I don't think I have that game. I also, I almost bought a copy of Shantae for Game Boy Color, and I didn't, and now that one is way more. It was like 500 when I was gonna buy it. And so, and I didn't, and now it's like way more. Silent Hill 2 is like 300. I feel like I paid like 80 for that game, but I don't remember exactly. Yep, Valkyrie Profile. So I was lucky in that I happened to be really interested in buying a bunch of games that I wanted in like 2018. Like 2018 is when I bought like Kuon, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, I think Silent Hill 2 and 3, maybe just Silent Hill 3 actually, not 2. I think I already had 2 at that point. But anyway, I bought like a bunch of those games. Symphony of the Night I think was in there, Valkyrie Profile, Chrono Cross, Xenogears, bunch of stuff like that, right? And then a year later is when COVID hit, and then all the prices tripled. So I got really lucky on several games because of that. Thousand Year Door is your favorite game ever. I just played it for the first time like a few months ago. It was great. I've not played Wild Arms, but I've had them recommended to me quite a bit. Where do I keep it all? I've got a shelf behind me. In fact, I can show the shelf in just a second because we're gonna have a little bit of waiting time here. Back there is that's just my shelf of all my games. Oh. There you go. I had a stream where I went through the collection and like talked about a whole bunch of games. If you look back at my YouTube live streams, I think it was called something about the game collection. 2, 3, 4. So this one doesn't go fast, but the ones later seem to all go fast. Do I play fighting games? No, I think it seems like it would be really fun to be good at fighting games, but it doesn't seem like it would be very fun at all to get good at fighting games. And so, I've never tried. Is it just me, or is my I almost said horse, not speeding up here? Tokyo Xanadu X Plus. Never even heard of it. Did I get a big employee discount with PS2 games? The GameStop employee discount was 15%. But then if you had the membership, also remember GameStop had... Whoa, we got fast ending. There we go, fast ending. I'll take it. Okay, I actually have to lock in. I gotta lock in now. Sorry, chatters. All right, we're gonna pop in here, open the menu, 238. We can take 52. We can take 52. 238. I hope I waited long enough for 52 there. The IGT just moves so slow in this version. It's crazy. Okay, Harpy? Yes, perfect. Okay, so now we go PHS. Barrett for Eris. Oh, we got the sound effect thing. Silver Armlet, take this off. Eris gets Umbrella. Powerist, pop over here. She also gets this. Then we cure all. Oh, and trank her to normal. You get the funny high-pitched sound effects if you menu right after... Oh, I didn't front row her. If you menu right after moving, because when you first press a direction with the buggy, it does like a high-pitched and yeah, for some reason that high-pitched engine sound carries over to the sorry, sometimes Tifa's huge boobs still distract me while I'm trying to talk. Oh, remember we gotta sell something. What do we sell? We probably sell a Phoenix down to get our money into the right spot. No, we have exactly enough. Okay, we're good. We're good. Even though I made that mistake earlier, we're still good. Oh, and that's a split, by the way. I split too late there. It's used for losing time? No. It was I just couldn't finish what I was saying. We were fine on time. The only reason it looks like I lost 9 seconds is because I split late. The time on the timer is world record and PB. They're the same thing because I have world record for this category. However, that world record time, though, is on the 2013 version of the game. This version is probably is going to have its own leaderboard. And so the run that we're doing right now is actually like establishing the world record or the base time for this new like category, you know? Nah. We're buggy skipping Barros. No way. No way. It's happening now. I think the 3-minute gap is me playing better, and a couple RNG things that went well, like we got a fast deadly waste steal, for example. I think the record run had a really bad Midgar. This version runs slightly faster on fields, but it runs slightly slower in battle. And then world map is the same. Why don't I have 4,000? What? Something cost 100? Oh, geez. Okay, never mind. I was actually wrong. What cost me 100 on the way in? Flying the helicopter costs 100. Oh no. Okay. So I didn't have exactly enough money. I do have to come back and sell something. Okay. Does a Phoenix Down sell for enough? Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Oops, I didn't mean to talk to him again. All right, so that actually just lost me like probably 45 seconds. That was really bad. And that was because of the remember when I picked the wrong arm wrestling challenge? That's what just screwed me just right there. We're fucked. I'm an idiot. What do I do? We have 200 now? I can't afford anything? Oh my god, I just lost another minute. I was confused. I thought I already spent all my money. So then I thought I spent all my money. So then I double tapped circle and I bought a dude for no reason. Okay, we need this dude to die. This dude has to die. That's how we win here. Oh my god, this is so bad. I did it again. The inputs messed me up. Because again, I really thought that I had used all of my money, and then I was confused, and then I double tapped circle for no good reason. Okay, so this is a big mistake. Big mistake. I'm an old man! I'm confused! Don't even attack it. Just die, bro. Just die. Please die. Oh my god, this is just... This is the worst mistake I've ever made. Literally, like, that's... Oh, man, that was bad. Holy shit. Okay, but let's not tilt. Now it's just laser, beat rush, aqualung. Don't tilt because of it. Laser, beat rush, aqualung. No tilt. Mark down a beat rush. All right, and there is most of my... Right after somebody asked, am I 3 minutes ahead because of just playing better, I made a enormous mistake. Fuck! Fuck! But all right. All I gotta do now is just play perfectly, and then we'll get better. So I had 5 encounters before. That was 6, right? That was encounter number 6. Oh, wait, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're at 8 encounters, so I need to get. I also need the tent out here. Okay. Do not tilt. Just get 4 encounters in here, and then grab the mithril. One, 2, 3, 4. Do, do, Remember to hyper Eris on the next fight. Okay, next fight. Very important. We got to get the rest of our healing wins. I already have 2 only. All right, so here's healing winds number 3. Number 3 out of 8. Healing wind number 4. I'm not sure if Cloud got flamethrowered yet. Oh, I can check. He did. Number 5. Oh, we got the ether also. Number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Number 8. Number 8. Number 8. Probably Protect Ring, Xgenic. All right. Now, trank her back down. Next fight is going to be 4 crabs. Okay, and then the next fight is fight number 55. The next fight is the 55th encounter since the beginning of the run. And that's very significant. Oh, I need to steal an ether here also. Ah, there it is. Okay, we need to steal 1 more ether. But now, because we've had 55 encounters exactly, what does that mean? Someone knows what that means, right? FF7 trivia, what do we get for 55 encounters? The Mithril. Boom. All right, there it is. All right, and now we need to make it back to the top room here before the fight, which we did. All right, and now we're back to grinding kills with Eris. So what we're doing here really is we need a lot of kills with Eris, because that's how you unlock a character's level 2 and level 3 limit breaks, is by getting a certain number of kills with that character. So for undisclosed reasons, we need to do Eris's right away. The rest of the characters we can wait until we have a more optimal setup. Alright, after this, we Turbo Ether Eris. And get this fight. This is the last Ether Steal that we're going to have to do. So, we wouldn't have to steal this Ether if we had gotten the one from the train graveyard. Oh. Ah, there it is. So there we go. All right, 5 ethers, 5 ethers. Perfect. All right, these bros get aqua lunged. My favorite platform category, definitely PS1 platform is my favorite, and then category, I love Hundo, man. I wish I had more opportunities to run it. All right, so now we walk to the next encounter. Da 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 da. Now we can start weight tricking. Check this out. This is the weight trick. Notice the dragon just got his turn, right? Eris got her turn after the dragon got his turn. But now watch this. Boom, Eris. Oh, she's not fast. Never mind. Never mind. She's not fast enough yet. Ignore that. She doesn't have enough. She doesn't have enough dex yet. Maybe later. They did fix the mouths, Megumi. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You know what they didn't fix, though? They didn't fix that the characters wink at you instead of blinking. So, like, they fixed the mouths, but the characters still, they still blink their mouths like they do in the regular PC version. So, like, they don't always have the mouth, but instead of blinking, they will wink at you, and then a winking sprite will appear where their invisible mouth is for a frame. It's truly great. I was supposed to walk this whole way. Hopefully that little bit of running didn't screw me. It might have, though. I might be off steps right now. Because I missed the cue to walk right there. Because I don't know about you, but that didn't feel like 64 step IDs. I didn't just kill the run, did I? Talking about the fucking winking mouths. Okay, does this feel like, Does this feel like 100 step IDs? Let's find out. It might fix itself. Or I just didn't make a mistake. Both of those are possibilities. So let's think about this. The next encounter should occur after 64 step IDs again. 64 step IDs. Oh, hang on. Is, okay, we'll do the math next time. Because it's a short one. Okay, if steps are fine, the next fight is going to occur after 10, 20, 24 step IDs. 24 times 8 is a little bit over 200, or under 200. So the next fight should occur after like a little over 6 seconds. Starting now. 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh, we're fucked. I fucked up steps. I think we're on or was that right? I don't think that was right. I think I'm on the wrong step ID. Oh boy. This could be really bad. Man, all that happened there was I got too chatty and I missed a note. I missed one of my notes. I'm gonna hope. No, Ace, it was definitely too short. So, I'm just gonna hope that it fixes itself. And okay, so we're gonna come out here. We're gonna tent. We're gonna set your limit to 2. And then this battle, that battle was a little early. Okay, that one was a little early. Or it might have been right on. If I forced the previous fight too far away from the door, then that was right on. Okay, that one felt okay. It was Joker. Well, no, actually. No, the 100 difference lost like 45 seconds, and then I made a massive mistake that lost way more time. Okay, okay. So let's test it again. After this fight, the next fight is gonna happen after 34 step IDs. So what's 34 times 8 divided by 30? 34 times 8 divided by 30, we need to know. I mean, we would like to know it, you know, we don't have to. Match. 9? Okay. The next fight should happen after 9 seconds. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're fucked. But wait a second. Is that even... Am I even right about that? It was 34 step IDs. Times 8 divided by 30? Does that even make sense? I don't know if I'm even doing the math right. Because when I think 34 step ID... Oh! No! I'm doubling it! I'm thinking we have to do half as many step IDs because it increments by 2 every time. I'm doubling the amount of time it's supposed to take. Like, this fight is supposed to be really fast, and it's really fast. Okay, so we might actually be fine. Okay, the next fight is gonna happen 54 over 2, so that's 27. 27 times 8 divided by 30. 27 times 8 divided by 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got about 8? 7.2? That's about the same. That's about right. That sounds about right to me. I think we might be fine. Okay, okay. Back up to the top room. It might be okay. And 11, 12, battle. Yeah! Oh, we're on. It's fine. It's totally fine. That was exactly as expected. Okay, now we got Elixir Eris. Okay, yep, we're all good. The stairs fixed themselves. Nice. Stairs? Steps. Different rooms have different encounter tables. Everyone needs a smile. It doesn't affect, hang on, sorry. Between... Yeah, one more in this room. Yeah, okay. Aqualung. All right. Now I just got to make sure not to screw up the routing. Force an encounter up here. The reason we're switching rooms is for the different formation tables. Because we want this encounter of 5 enemies right here. So this is why, by the way, folks, I mean, it's part of the reason. This is part of the reason why, if you look at the notes, the step ID of every encounter is written down. Yo, Balio. The run was going really exceedingly well, and then I made a huge fucking mistake in Fort Condor and lost over 2 minutes. So now I'm trying to claw it back. Oh, you mean in the upper room, is there a difference between the lower and upper? No, yeah, there's not. It's, I like to use the upper part when I have multiple battles, and then the lower part when it's about time to go down to the lower room. Man, it's a good thing that darkness doesn't affect Materia magic. All right, we've got our final 2 encounters that are in the upper room here. Okay. There's plenty of time to save for world record also, as long as I don't make more stupid mistakes. Like, we actually have 5 minutes to save in the final dungeon. So, just remember, this entire run, we're basically 5 more minutes ahead. As long as I don't make that mistake again. Okay. Now, we just need to force down here. I believe only the killing blow counts. No life. Okay, here we go. So now, next thing. Run down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 steps. And then you do 4 laps. Whoa. Just to waste movement. And then force the encounter right here. That felt perfect. All right. I think the PS1 version is better to run overall, but I want to run this version as a curiosity because it's the new version, you know? Ah, stop getting turns, please. Okay, 10. Oh my god, they all got turns? What dude, every one of them got a turn. What rotten ATB for the final fight, dude. That last fight just lost us like 20 seconds. Rough. All right. Well, we've gone from 3 minutes ahead to now we are exactly on pace, which is a little disheartening. God, what a stupid fucking mistake I made. I'm gonna be beating myself up about that until we're in the green again, which is gonna be a long time because, you know, we're up against a really good run, so it's gonna be hard to... What happened in Fort Condor? I accidentally bought a regular soldier. So then the regular soldier had to walk his stupid, slow fucking ass down to the enemies and then very slowly get killed by them instead of building an 8th catapult that I could just delete. What do I think of the 3D Final Fantasy 3 and 4? I don't really have any experience with them. I don't know about them at all. Have I ever finished a hundo and forgotten one item? Yeah, several times. Were there major mistakes on the record? Oh yeah. We've got time to save. Like I was just saying, I've got 5 minutes to save just in the final dungeon. So if I don't make any mistakes for the rest of the run, then we can definitely still finish extremely ahead. Okay, run right with L1. Crumbly sand doesn't get encounters, by the way. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, get back in the buggy! What the fuck was that? Walk left, run right, walk left. I'm starting to get tilted, dude. Yeah. The time is my most recent hundo world record that we're running against. Easy items to miss we have written down, so I can just rattle them off to you. Bolt Plume, Vampire Fang, Zeonut, Shinra Beta, Loco Weed, Lunar Curtain, and Wargong are all really easy to miss, and so I have a checklist specifically for those items. Current world record for this version? Nope. So if this run finishes, then you're looking at it right now. Okay. Issues with this version, the big things are just like the blurry backgrounds are ugly. Is kind of the big thing. And there's a sound bug that you notice when you're menuing around. That's really annoying. Okay, 4 Ethers Fairy Tale. Theory Ring Mystify. A Ruined Reactor. Aretha's Fairy Tale, Theory Ring Mystify. Hop over here. 11-8, boom, 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 11-31. 11-8, boom, 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 11-31. Hop in here. Put that back on Cloud. Grab Deathblow. So, by the way, it's very, very, very important to be on steps here because we're about to do Stinger Skip. And the way that you do Stinger Skip is, you know how when you hit the web, in the caverns up here, there's those webs. And if you collide with the web, it starts the encounter with the Stinger. Well, If you are able to get the game to trigger a random encounter on the exact same frame that you hit the web, it skips both encounters. Neither encounter happens. So you just go right through the web. And as you can imagine, that's it's really important that we do that. And so, like, how do you do that? Well, with steps. The Master Materia from Emerald Weapon is the one that we get. Yeah. We don't need to waste a bunch of time grinding AP. Whoops. We got about a month before the little one arrives. She's due April 12th. So, Alright. Turtles. April 12th is your B-Day. Nice. Yeah, we were hoping for like a springtime birthday, because that way, like, it's a nice time of year and it is far away from Christmas, you know? The reason I'm showing the FPS at the bottom is because this is a new version of the game, and the PC version of FF7 in general has been known to be really janky when it comes to the frame rate, so it's just for informational purposes. You know, like, basically this run is like a guinea pig. This run might not be valid if it turns out that we need to implement some kind of rule for fairness on, like, how to run the game that this run is not adhering to. It's possible, right? This is I'm just winging it, you know? We're just booting up the game, we're running the hundo for fun to establish a time, and, you know, there doesn't even exist a board for it yet. Oh yeah, great for practice, of course. I think Bugenhagen is just a cool magic dude, you know? Some people say that he's sitting cross-legged on a float materia. Or just some kind of magic floating thing. I like the idea that he's just a cool floating guy. Alright, I will be right back. Yeah, what the hell's all this sparkly shit around the planet? What's this guy talking about? Good things about this version, they fixed double input glitch, which is fantastic. Makes the menus feel way better. And, they made the controller config easier. But the controller config being easier, actually is annoying because... Well, they made it annoying by then also flipping the confirm button to being X, which means that, like, you have to flip it back, and then that messes with other controls and, like, messes with muscle memory and stuff. My headphones. Zamakir. I got a little extension cable for my headphones. All right. Yo, Bez. Whoop. All right. Talketh to Barrett. I read both flyers here. Talketh to Tifa. The PC version, Jaren? I mean, I haven't really played that version myself, so I don't know. I imagine it was, though. Otherwise, I feel like people would have mentioned it earlier that it isn't. And Talketh to Red. Speedrunning a new threat? I've never heard of that. A big thing about speedrunning in general is that a lot of people are really only... Well, hang on a second. We gotta put Tifa in the party, and then we gotta run over here. I feel like a lot of people in speedrunning in general, kind of the default is that people are interested in speedrunning, like, the games that we all played growing up, or that kind of thing, you know? And then that's also why people are oftentimes, like... Or that's also why, like, the unmodded original game is always kind of preferred as well, because it's like, this is the game. But of course there are some communities that are all about modded content. Is it possible Stinger Skip kills the run? Oh yeah, I have to do it correctly. We will be in big trouble if I screw up Stinger Skip, because it screws up steps if you screw it up. So speaking of which, let me get my notes out on how to do it, because this is the PC version. I haven't memorized for PlayStation, but this version I have to follow notes while I do it. That's true. Randomizer speedruns are pretty popular for some games. Will I be safety saving Big Shoes? You can't on this version because of how they changed how Formation ID works in a slight way. They made it so that Formation ID resets to 0 every time you go to the title screen, so you can't farm out extra Big Shoes encounters. All right, so here we go. First, we got to learn Death Sentence. Both our E skills are on Cloud. It's not even a steal. It's a drop. that we need from Big Shoes. That's what makes it such a big deal, is we can't just sit there and farm a steal. We need him to drop something. Alright, Death Sentence Cloud. Okay, time to do Stinger Skip. I cannot talk. I cannot read chat. I am doing Stinger Skip. Gotta lock in. Okay, down, up, menu, run right, L1 run up into bonk. Boom. Menu, run right, L1 run up, and then release L1 there. Boom, perfect. There it is. Now grab me this turbo ether and walk all the way up here. How does that work? It's very similar to menu skipping an encounter, but not quite. I don't know exactly. It's weird. All right. Oh, but I mean, at a more basic level, how it works is what I was saying before. What I did there was I triggered a random encounter on the same frame. Nice. That the game tried to, or that we touched the web. And then that, like, cancels out both of them. For some reason. Nice. All right. I've clawed back a little bit of time, and so now I can stop being salty about the 3 minutes I lost earlier. We can be salty about the 3 minutes again, though, once RNG screws us and loses us, like, 2 minutes. If we lose 2 minutes to RNG on like Trine or Level 4 Suicide or something, then we can be salty and say that, you know, we could have still been ahead. Chocobo Racing we're gonna save time on, probably, CompuGab, because this version has the fast chocobos glitch on it. It's not even a glitch. They just programmed into the... Here's how it works. As far as I know, Ace can correct me if I'm wrong here, but basically the game keeps track of its frame rate. Like every frame, the game keeps track of how long it took it to render the last frame. And when you look at but only the most recent frame. And when the Chocobo minigame initiates, for some reason, it looks at that number one time, and if it's too low or too high, or basically if it took too long to render the most recent frame on the initialization frame of the Chocobo minigame, it will start up the Chocobo minigame at double speed. For some reason. For some reason, they programmed the game to do that. And so... the thing is, on the 2013 version of the game, I never got it. It, like, never happened for me. But for some people, it happened all the time. So it was a good thing that, that Speed Square fixed it. The Speed Square mod... fixed it. CPU, or the PC version of the game doesn't have Chocobo Minute for other reasons. But yeah, but the Speed Square mod fixed it. But now you know, we don't have speed square on this version. So, yeah. All right, hang on. I'm locking in here. I once again I cannot see chat because I'm locked in for Valoron Manip. Probably zoom this down to like 330, 340 even, 337. I'm gonna guess 337 is where our IGT is gonna be. Okay. In Nibelheim, we are gonna hyper Eris. And then Wiser, Bronze, Remove, check for a multiple of 4. Hyper. Wiser, Bronze, Remove, 59 is good. 31? Okay, 3109. We can go at 19. Go at 19. I went a little bit early because I always do on this version because the IGT goes too slowly, but I think that probably worked. Now, Aqualung, Manip, Breath of the Earth. Aqualung, Manip. Very nice. Speed Punch. 1. Two. Three. Four. Five. This won't kill her, but it almost will, don't worry. Six. All right. She should learn a limit break, and then we go tent active. Nice. All right. Tent active. Dive kick always does 25% of the character's maximum HP in damage, and since her and because she's not in critical HP, then it won't kill her. That's why, so before we start the fight, I checked her max HP to make sure it wasn't a multiple of 4, because the game always rounds down when it does that. So if a character's HP is an exact multiple of 4, that means 4 dive kicks will kill them. But if it's not a multiple of 4, that means that the dive kicks will round their damage down a little bit and leave them with between 1 and 3 HP instead. Here we take an arbitrary amount of steps. What does ATB do? Head over to my videos on YouTube, my YouTube channel, and check out my video all about ATB and the weight trick. It's one of my most recent videos. And don't be worried that it's an hour long. You only have to watch the first like 15 minutes to like get all the mechanics. The rest of it is just like examples of where we use it in the speedrun. Okay, here we go. Tranks, equip Tifa, Power Soul, Silver, Power Wrist, pop over here, Cloud. Do that with, and then you get Death Blow Steel, and you get E-Skill. Then, oh right, we also notch Tifa. Limit, reset Tifa's limit, set you to level 3, go ATB weight, back row you, and we're good. Big guard, death sentence, attack into lasers. Big guard, death sentence. Attack into lasers, and then MK cross slash. Okay. Here, Materia Keep is going to get a turn, and then we're going to cross slash him and kick the shit out of him. Uh-oh. We're going to wait a second. Okay, now do it. Boom! Boom! Yeah! Oh, yeah! And there we go. Okay, locked in again. Because now we want, don't worry about that Materia, we want a Hyper Eris, remove Sadness from Cloud. Like do that, and then cure everybody. And now we're looking at 37, 25. We can take 46. That's the next one. Yep, 37, 46 is my next chance. Okay, okay. Now this one's Big Guard, Manip. Big Guard into Manip. And now we need to farm out Planet Protectors. Should be a Valron. Okay. Big Guard, Manip. It's just easier to have Cloud Attack there, and it makes sure that, like, we don't get screwed by a tiny bit of HP. But mostly it's just easy to execute. Dispel? I have never seen him do that before. That's actually really bad. Now I have to re-Big Guard because we need Tifa to be hasted. What a dick. One Planet Protector. Planet Protector number 1. Planet Protector number 2. Planet Protector number 3. 8 times damage, Metal Fingers, if you satisfy both of those conditions. Death Sentence is 4 times, low HP is double, and they stack. Nice miss, idiot. Planet Protector number 4. Okay. Tent, Trank, Fury. Oops. Tent, Trank, Fury, Notch. Fury, Notch. Please no fight. It'd be really cool. Oh, nice. All right, here it is our only chance to get the shotgun. Grab the Yoshiyuki. An anti-Vash. Thank you for resubscribing. We don't need the drill arm here, we'll get it later. So the PS1 version, yes, it's 60 FPS in the menu, 30 on the world map and fields, and 15 in battle. But the PlayStation actually does like a neat thing where even though the action in a battle is 15 frames per second, the menu in a battle is 60. So the menuing in battle still feels great. But on the PC version, the whole thing is 15, including the menu, and it feels like shit. Yo, TK. I haven't really looked any further into the IGT as far as why it's so slow in this version, no. Have you guys seen Slay the Spire 2? I was watching Northern Lion play it a little bit. It looks really good. I mean, it looks like Slay the Spire 1, but with new stuff. Playing it right now? Nice. Wait, there's multiplayer? There are new classes, yes, Harry. I didn't know there was multiplayer. I've been playing the physical card game, board game, like the physical board game version of it with my buddies. And that version is co-op. It's up to 4-player co-op, which is really fun. And if they implemented that into the video game, that's into Slave Spire 2, that's awesome. You only wanted to play Robot Guy with the orbs? Yeah, some people, I mean, you find a play style and it's like, I only ever want to do this, which I can relate to that. Not with Slay the Spire. I like all of the different stuff in Slay the Spire, but like, there's definitely games where I just want to only play them the same way every time. I mean, I'm speedrunning FF7 for God's sakes, you know? We do the same exact build every time. Shortening the names, Josh, makes it's faster. The game has to type out the text box before you can clear it. It has to finish typing the text box, and it types about 6 characters per frame. And so if you shorten the characters' names, that makes them finish typing out faster, and then you can close them sooner. In the 6.5-hour PlayStation category, or in the 6.5-hour category, it saves about a minute. So in 100%, it probably saves 3 minutes, right? Probably a little bit less than 3 minutes, because a lot of the time in Hundo is spent in the battle module, like just grinding characters, and it doesn't affect that. But we'll say it saves at least 2 minutes on Hundo, probably. And yo, Hobby Man Mike, good to see you. All right, so Palmer is Big Guard, Death Sentence, Lasers, and then just Weight Trick Tifa kicking the shit out of him. Well, Fury Tricking, really. We can hope for a no-turn, Palmer. Not banking on it, though. But yeah, I mean, that's best case scenario. All right, here we go. All right, so here we see the power of the Power Soul. Power Soul, as we discussed, it does quad damage if she's in Death Sentence, and it does double damage if she's in critical HP. And Berserk also makes her do 50% more damage. So first we're going to Death Sentence her to get her into quad. She's already in the plus 50%. And now we're going to laser her twice in order to get her at 25% HP. All right, so here we go. Let the ass-kicking begin. Get him, Tifa! Oh, wait, hey, hang on. We gotta wait for the laser. All right, here we go. Get him! Get him! Oh, fuck. He's a slippery boy. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah! And so anytime that she's not attacking, I'm spending that time in a menu so that Palmer isn't gaining ATB. I'm only letting time pass when Tifa is gaining ATB. And there you go, he's dead. I gotta get this out of here so I quit trying to take a sip of something with nothing in it. Am I a Diablo 1 fan? I've played Diablo 1, but I've never finished it. I get bored of it before it's over. Laser you can get from Death Claws in the... we get it from the Death Claws in the... what do you call it? Gold Saucer Prison. You're 36? I'm 35. I'll be 36 this year. I'm not using autosave. I have to test autosave. I've heard that autosave makes the load time really long when you go into the world map. So, I'll have to... For a second, I saw Sid's text box come up there and thought that I was in Japanese text for some reason. Just out of the corner of my eye while I'm looking at chat. I was like, what the fuck? But no. All right. Eden Coat, Power Wrist active. Japanese is faster. It's just, you know, everyone runs in English. There is a Japanese leaderboard, though, for that version. Those folks tend to only run any percent. But yeah, that's where we're at on that. I would like to try running the Japanese version just to see if I can. You know, I think it would be interesting. Oh, that's so unlucky, dude. That's so early for a fight. Come on. Nice kill, though, Tifa. Okay, so now... go this way, and then we'll go Cloud, Eden Coat, Tifa, Power Wrist, hit me with ATB active. I'm running not in the right direction here, but okay, that's fine, that's fine. Kills do not count towards learning limit breaks if you run, no. Also, if you learn an E-skill and then run, you don't keep the E-skill. Alright. Is there a Japanese mod that moderates that board? There isn't. I mean, yeah, no, there's not. It's pretty inactive. Like, I can't remember the last time that there was a run submitted to the Japanese board. Whoop. All right, buy me another ticket. Where do I go right now? Battle Square? Because Battle Square is where the keystone is. Yeah. Wow, I had a moment there. Oh, that was just a practice run, Josh. I was just running for practice because I didn't have time for a whole run, so I segmented it into 2 days. And so ultimately what happened is I didn't finish it, you know? I ended stream on Thursday, and then I practiced on it a little bit yesterday, but not a lot. I didn't finish it, and then here we are today. When the stream ends, it's 5 or 6 in the morning for you. It's pretty. It'll be pretty early for me as well, but not quite that early. But if this whole run finishes, it'll be, I think, after midnight for me at least. Anything different about Big Shoes? Yes. You cannot do safety strats on this version, because when you go back to the title screen, it resets your formation ID to 0 every time, so you can't go through the formation list and get more Big Shoeses. You just keep getting the same 2 encounters that aren't Big Shoes over and over again. So we get our 3 Big Shoes that we naturally get, and then we can't get any more. So that means that this run does, once again, in about 2 hours, we're gonna hit, in about 2 hours, we're gonna hit Big Shoes, and the run is only gonna have a 30% chance to continue. That's why I've scheduled 3 consecutive days to do hundos on. Is to have the best chance possible for one to stick. And if it doesn't stick, then I think we try again probably next Saturday. Like, I'll try again maybe like every Saturday or something. We'll try to do one. Well, that probably won't work because I very often have board game nerd night on Saturdays. So, you know, and I like doing IRL friend stuff, so we'll see. Oh, Big Shoes it's the pet name for the enemy Gygus. D&D, the game that we always play is Blood on the Clock Tower, which is great. It's been super fun. Dude, the last day we had was so good. One of the games I was on the evil team, and we managed to get a victory with not a single evil person dying. Even though we had there's a demon where, for those of you who know what we're talking about, there's a demon where all of the demon and all of the minions are all adjacent. Like they all have to be neighbors. But you get 1 extra demon. Or sorry, minion. So we had the Lord of Typhon, yep. So we had a Lord of Typhon game where we all survived and just played it super well. It was really fun. How many of you do we usually get? We usually have between like 10 and 12, like 10 to 12 usually. One time we had like 18 people. It was great. But yeah, it's pretty great. But yeah, that game was really fun because my minion role was the corpse grinder, which is not actually called that. It's actually called what is it called? It's the minion where every night you can choose to be drunk or not. Organ grinder, there we go. Yeah, every night you can choose to be drunk or not, which means that you can choose whether your ability works or not. And then what your ability is that when it goes into voting time, like when we're gonna vote, it's blind. Everyone has to have their eyes closed during the vote. So that was super fun because what we did last time was a script that that the guy who hosts it made himself. That's all about like executions. Like all of the roles had something to do with getting information out of nominations, votes, executions, right? Like that kind of thing. And on that game, it was like for the first several days, nobody did anything. Like everybody was too afraid to do anything. And then there was one day that, and I was staying drunk the whole time, right? I didn't want to activate too soon. And then there was one day that just exploded, like everybody nominated, because at that point, right, once like 2 nominations happened, then all of us on the evil team were like, okay, now we need to do nominations and votes so that there's way too many nominations and votes today for anybody who gets information off of it to get anything useful, you know? Like, did the demon vote today? Yes. Well, everybody did. Did a minion nominate today? Yeah, everybody nominated today. You know what I mean? So then it was after that day that then I stopped being drunk. So then the next day when kind of shit hit the fan again, now all of a sudden all the votes are blind. And at that point we kind of had the number power as well. So it was super fucking good. Oh, and the only time that they managed to try to execute one of our minions, they got devil's advocated and they stayed alive. And then that was the last day. Like the next day we just had the voting power to, especially with the blind votes, all 4 of us could just vote and they didn't have enough voting power left to overpower it. So yeah, that was super fun. And then there's also a role called the Atheist, where if there's an Atheist in the game, there are no evil players. Every single player is good. And the storyteller, which is like the dungeon master, if you're not super familiar, they are able to just do whatever they want, right? They like the way that the rule is worded is that they are allowed to break the rules of the game. That's it. And so, like, what does that actually mean? It means that they are trying to make you think that the game is normal, basically, by choosing whatever they want. And then you have to kind of figure out that, that it's not going correctly, based on, like, what you're trying to do. But then also, the atheist knows that they're the atheist, so it's their job to convince everybody else that they really are the atheist. This is an atheist game, and so we have to execute the storyteller is how you win on that kind of game. And I tell you, so I drew atheist, and man, it was yo Seppi, long time no see. John, thank you for subscribing. It was way harder to convince people that it was an atheist game than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be easy. But they were not believing me. The game is called Blood on the Clock Tower. It's like a social deduction in-person game. It's super, super fun. All right. Great gospel time. We're getting carded. Okay, take me down here. Gotta talk to this guy and change the subject. Boom. Give him the mithril. Grab Great Gospel. When's the next Blueprint stream? It might be today if the run dies too soon. As far as like actual board games, lately with old Danger Valentine, we've been playing the Slay the Spire board game, which has been really fun. Nice, no encounter, beautiful. Two Slayers, and told them that they're the evil twin. Yeah, we were talking about Slay the Spire 2 a little bit ago. But yeah, that's been the go-to board game, has been Slay the Spire. I can't remember what the Recluse is. Okay, I just decoded the interaction that you're talking about in my head, but I can't remember who the Recluse is. The Binding of Isaac board game? Yeah, I have the Isaac board game, and I've played it a couple times, but not a lot. The outsider that can register as either. Right, yes. Right, because then it's like, then he dies, but it doesn't end the game. Yeah. And yeah, glad to have you, John. Okay, gotta think about what we're doing here. We get 2 encounters, no steps. All right. Now, don't fuck me. Okay, pretty good. You can grab that luck plus from up there, but it can be really tricky. It can be really weird and like not give it to you. And it's bad for steps if you don't get it right away. Here's our second encounter. Unfortunately, you can't open the ribbon chest. To grab it, just hug the side and mash the button? Basically, yeah. It tends to work a little bit better if you're walking versus running also, but if it's not giving it to you, then try both. Trouble Brewing is the one, is that the one that only has 1 demon? That's like the beginner script, right? Yeah, the imp one. Yep, I've done that one. I've done that one, and then I can't remember the name of it, but there's an intermediate script that has like a ton of drunk powers, like the sailor, the innkeeper, the minstrel, and then the demons can be like Zombool, the one that eats 2 people and spits 1. Bad Moon Rising, that's it. I've done that one also. And then besides that, I think everything that we've done has been custom stuff. Sex and violence with all the madness. Yes, we did one that had a lot of madness, a lot as well. And the issue with that one was that people kept interpreting madness as anger, not like crazy. And by crazy, it just means like, I don't know. People were misinterpreting what madness meant, and it made it kind of difficult for that one to run properly. But I want to try that one again, you know. Okay, Trank, Cure, Notch, Wait. Don't forget to grab Morph here. Oh yeah, I remember Evil Twin. I was the Evil Twin one run. Okay. Trank all. Cure. Notch. Wait. Okay, I have to lock in here. This part's weird. Move it myself. Speed up time. Circle is proceed now. Gosh, that's weird. That this is all flipped around. Realized you're in the calm flashback, turned it off, and came back. Sounds like it's time for someone to learn calm skip. Calm skip is very easy. Proceed. But you'll have to start over. You know, if you're already in calm, then you need to start over. Oh! What happened? Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay, proceed now. Go back and buffer down right, not up. Okay. Now, we go, proceed now. This is all just muscle memory on every other version. Triangle, X, circle. The piano is not elemental. The piano is to get Final Heaven. And yes, it's going to be very difficult. Doing the piano is going to be really hard. Transition skip. Are you talking about like when we're loading in right next to the side and oh god, why is the sound like this? Oh, the sound is so bad here. It's even like popping every time it gets to the end of it. Ugh. No, calm skip works on every version. If you jammed on it during the flashback, you can pick up Elemental from the piano when Tifa is leader? Really? I didn't know that. Well, we don't need that Elemental Materia because we get the one from the mayor password. Favorite demon is the Yaga Babble? Yeah. You told a lot, so you can work in a lot of words. Give you phrases that you have a lot of props for, like giant pack of toilet paper. Okay. We had a really good Yaga babble where, well, this is a funny one. What happened was, we had Yaga babble, and the demon was someone in our group who is known to always claim to be the Goblin anytime that he's nominated, even if Goblin isn't in the script, just as a joke. And so his phrase was, "I'm the Goblin." So that was pretty great, and it would have gotten a big kill probably, but that game also had it had the outsider who's allowed to nominate after the normal nominations are already done, and she just happened to nominate him, and everyone voted to kill him. But the game also had the type of demon was one that went to somebody else if he died too early. Scarlet Witch. There was a Scarlet Witch thing going on. Butcher, that was the one, yep. And then the game also had a Scarlet Witch, though. Scarlet Woman, what? Yes, correct. And then the same Butcher, the next day, just happened to nominate them. And everyone went with it, and the game ended right there. So that was fucked. That was a short game that could have been really interesting. All right, Big Guard, Death Sentence, and then we want Flamethrower on Tifa. Otherwise, we laser cross slash. Big Guard, Death Sentence, Tifa. And now we laser cross slash. Nice hit. All right, cross slash time. Seppi is an old school viewer, by the way. This guy Seppi that just showed up, this guy's been popping into my stream for 10 years. Longer than that, even. I did that kind of weirdly, but it worked. Have I ever wondered why there's almost always a U after Q? Not really. I mean, like, I just figure that it's because, like, Q is only used for, like, loner words that make a qua sound at the start. And so that's, like, always how it's used. You know. Kills Genovas and doesn't afraid of anything. I haven't heard someone say doesn't afraid of anything for many years. I had one friend who would say that all the time. All right, Cure Cloud Eris, Ribbon, Fury Ring, Elemental Long Range Shifa. Okay, yes. This. Yeah, I think he was a bit of a 4chan fiend. Alright, Cure. Cloud and Eris. Give you the Ribbon. Give you the Fury Ring. Pop over here. Elemental Long Range Shiva. If Kate is in your party, it does skip that phone call, yes. And that's what we do in any percent because it's faster. In 100%, it's more important to have Tifa in the party. And Eris has to be in the party. Eris and Cloud are non-negotiable. Okay, Big Guard. Eris, Big Guard, Cloud, hold on Death Sentence. All right, we win. Now Tifa's gonna go? Yep. All right, check this shit out. Planet Protector. Here we go, baby! Get him, Tifa! Yeah! Nice 0, dumbass! Yeah! Ooh, baby! All right, he's coming up. He's getting ready for Demon Rush. Ooh! Yeah! Oh, we even got the triple. Will it be enough, though? Did Planet Protector last long enough? Of course it did. Yeah! And then, yeah, so Kate is used in any percent because it's faster, and yeah, Dice is pretty good. Nice, that was a really fast fight. Correct. If we weren't like weight tricking, then Planet Protector would not have lasted that long. So that's why I was in a menu anytime that Tifa wasn't actively gaining ATB. Because that extended the Planet Protector effect. Actually, this is a good bathroom break. I'm gonna run. Whew. Tifa is beefier in 100% than in any percent no disc 1 skip. The reason is that in any percent, we don't have Death Sentence yet at this point. Because we skipped Cosmo Canyon, which is where we learn Death Sentence. We don't get Death Sentence until after this fight. So, yeah, Tifa is not very strong. So we use the Yoshiyuki on Cloud with Eris dead and Kate Sith with Dice. Ow. Yep. Here's where we hold. Oh yeah. So by the way, Eris is never. I'm sorry to tell you guys, Eris is never joining our party again after this. So you might be like, she didn't learn Great Gospel yet. Isn't this not 100%? Well, get this. That Planet Protector usage on Demon's Gate was her 5th Planet Protector, which learned Pulse of Life. So now she has all of her limit breaks except for Great Gospel learned, which means now she's eligible to learn it. Well, guess what? Right now, she's technically still in the party, and there is 1 frame during this cutscene where the game allows us to open the menu. And you can buffer it. So we just hold triangle here. I'm holding triangle. And boom, there's a menu. Great Gospel on Eris, and we're good. She learned it. There's Cloud's using Great Gospel on her right now. And yep, now she's going to live at a farm up north. Along with my childhood pets. She's going to take care of all of our childhood pets at a farm up north. What would have to be adjusted if that one frame didn't exist? Remember when I was counting out the planet protectors up to 4? We would have to use a 5th one on that fight, and then just teach her Great Gospel right away at that point. That's all that would change. Just have to use a 5th one. How do you like the foreshadowing of Sephiroth dropping into that scene from above? Yes. I believe what we would do, we would use the 5th one, fill her bar up again, and then still use Planet Protector on that fight because it's really good. Alright, grab this X potion. Little cutscene here. Whoop. White megaphone. And then now, Cloud. It's hyper to Fury. We go to Tifa. We give her Gygus Armlet Power Wrist. Front row Cloud and go to A to be active. Now we run back into Gon Gaga because it sends you straight to the world map right there. Oh, we got the Kimahri bug this time? Okay. Remember that we got this Kimahri bug? It'll be very important later. Very important later to remember that we got the Kimahri bug. Because otherwise, if you make it to this screen before you get that encounter, you fight a heavy tank instead, and that changes your formation ID. And in order for Big Shoes to get routed properly, we need to be on the right formations when we're there. So we need to adjust something later to stay on the right formations. Oh, Kimahri bug. If I said Kimahri bug, I meant Kimahri bug. Boom. We've all been through the dating Sephiroth phase. Oh, yeah. Sephiroth, I mean, he's, I believe he constitutes, what the teenage weeb girls call a bishi. Up there with, you know, Sashomaru. Big Shoes is in like an hour and 20 minutes or something. Basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to Icicle Inn, or we're gonna go to Forgotten Capital, fight Genova Life, then we're gonna go to Icicle Inn and do the Gaia's Cliff dungeon, and it's after the Schizo fight, which is the boss of Gaia's Cliff. How difficult is 100% versus any percent? It's kind of an interesting question because on one hand, 100% is a lot more difficult because there's just way, way, way more stuff to remember, things that can go wrong, and yada yada. But at the same time, because it's such a long category, if something goes wrong, you have more wiggle room, you know? Like, it's natural that the longer a category is, kind of the more room for error you have and still be able to have a good run. Like, if we're talking about, like, Super Mario Bros. Any percent, right? Nowadays, a 5-minute speedrun, if you make, like, any mistake, you need to reset, you know? But in a 6-hour run, you can stand quite a bit of error before a run becomes untenable, you know? And then in 100%, that's even more so. Dig? Lunar Harp. Yes. You can't start the Nibelheim flashback now. If you actually go in... So, Cloud, or Tifa and Barrett leaving the party there is a one-time flag that exists no matter what. And so they will just do that the first time you hit that trigger, always. But if you actually go into the inn room to where they supposedly went to, they will only be there if your game moment, which is the numeric representation of how far you are in the plot, they'll only be there if your game moment is in the right place. All right, we'll get one encounter about now. There it is. Yo, George. Oh, I forgot to Fury Cloud. I was supposed to re-Fury Cloud. Oops. My bad, y'all. That's fine though. We now on the next fight we wait for Cloud to get a limit before we run. So here we go. Do not run from this fight until Cloud has his limit. This will probably get him his limit, but I'm not gonna run just in case. Okay, there we go. Now we run. Walk 10.5 steps now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.5. Oh, you tried it, deadlift. Nice. All right. PHS. Get Tifa Sid back in the party. Pop up here. Go to ATB wait. Pop up here. Reset Tifa's limit. Oh, is he running in slow motion? The dance move that they do inflicts slow. Okay, now we got to do Shell Hut Skip, which is a little bit of a movement setup here. I ran up right from the ladder. Now you run down left until you bonk, release run, and then press up, right, X, and circle all at the same time. And you get to move during this cutscene, which you normally can't do. So trank these two, equip Cloud with the water ring. Sid gets the dragon armlet, pop over here. Tifa gets morph, and then also notched. You get manipulate, earth, steel, and then E skill goes here, right? Yes. Water ring, dragon armlet, morph, notch, steel, manipulate, earth, E skill. Yep, I did everything. If you don't by the way, so then, did you see Cloud kind of teleport weirdly? That was the resting ending while the screen wasn't dark. The screen wasn't dark because, again, I did that trick to re-enable movement, and then opening the menu and closing it gives you sight during the in time. Then do the menu, and then when you come out of the menu, the game like brings. By the way, you can grab this comment from under here. At that point, the game puts everything in position for when it's going to fade in. And so that's why it kind of turned dark, and then we teleported over to where the cutscene was supposed to start. But then, if you run and grab that ladder real quick, if you don't grab the ladder quickly enough, you soft lock. But we grab the ladder quickly enough, and then we can leave without doing that cutscene. Well, actually, well, yes. Because if you don't grab the ladder right away, the cutscene doesn't start, and the ladder becomes unavailable. And then you're stuck in a weird, creepy, dark room where where Tifa and Sid are facing away from you, and they won't talk to you, and you can't leave. All right. Is there another game I know a lot about? I mean, back at one point, I knew pretty much everything there was to know about The Binding of Isaac, I felt like, but that game's gotten away from me. All right, Big Guard, Death Sentence, hold time on Death Blow, send it into a cross slash, and then lasers if she doesn't do 2,400 damage.
Murder time! Murder time! Murder time!
There we go.
Murder time! Murder time!
All right, here's where it's very good that they fixed the open mouths, where we don't have a gaping open Sephiroth mouth during this very dramatic cutscene.
Murder time! Murder time!
We reset Tifa's limit there because if something goes poorly during the fight, I will need Tifa to be able to do a regular attack. And if she has her limit, she won't be able to do a regular attack, and it'll be really annoying. Like, we have to Beat Rush with her, and Beat Rush doesn't do a lot of damage. Beat Rush doesn't get, like, the Power Soul bonuses.
What are these holes in the wall for?
Okay, Big Guard, Death Sentence, hold time on Death Blow, send into Cross Slash. Unless she Aqua Lungs. If she Aqua Lungs, we do something completely different. Oh, wouldn't you know it? She's doing Aqua Lung. Okay. All right. So now we do the backup. Don't worry. Oh! Sid survived? What happens if Sid survives? Oh, this is weird. This is weirder than I'm used to. Okay. So now Sid... Hang on. I don't know what I'm doing. Sid surviving there was actually, like, really weird and upsetting.
What the hell is going on
So
here?
now I need... Oh, this is fucked. Oh, it's fucked, man. Okay, no, here's what we do. We can Big Guard. And then... If this doesn't kill Tifa, we're fine?
You're goddamn right!
Is it okay for Sid to be dead here? I think we... Oh wait, she's not death sentenced! Dude, this is so fucked. I hate this. Why? Like, it's so funny that Sid surviving was actually really bad. Really bad. Because it throws off the whole backup. Fuck! This is so annoying. Okay, we're good. We're good, and Sid survived. I'm supposed to save a bunch of time there, but instead that fight was a disaster again. Oh, man. So yeah, we saved time there because on the world record run, I had to do the... On On the world record run, I had to do that fight without cross slash, and it was a disaster. And then on this run, fucking Sid survived Aqualung, which made the backup. I didn't know what to do for the backup because you kind of rely on him being dead. I guess what you do is you Phoenix down. No, I could have done it. What you do is you immediately Phoenix down Tifa and then Big Guard into Cross Slash, and then you do the rest as normal. I think. That makes sense. That's what you would do, yes. Okay, now I know. Now that I've thought about it for another moment, I think I know what to do if that happens. If Sid dies, then what the backup is you Phoenix down Sid, and then wait for his ATB to go up almost all the way, but it doesn't actually go up all the way. Then you Phoenix down Tifa, hold time with Sid, and then Big Guard with Sid, wait for Tifa's ATB to stop, send in a cross slash, hold circle to attack with Tifa, then hold time with Sid, and put Death Sentence on Tifa, an advanced weight trick, another death blow in with Tifa, and then you win, right? But Sid living skips the first part of that, and I couldn't really figure that out fast enough. That it just like skips the first part of that sequence. Anyway, let's not go on tilt, and instead just think about the next thing, which is Hyper Cloud. Trank the other two. Whoops. Cure all, and go to A to be active. Why is Sid in the front row? Is that normal? And yeah, this is where we need to force the encounter now. I mean, I know that we back row him in the snow encounter. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just back row him here, though. Because I have to be back rowing anyway, is the logic. We have to back row Cloud later. We don't want to back row Cloud right now because we want him to fill up another limit break. And then when we're back rowing him anyway later, we can just back row Sid then. Okay, makes sense. Checks out. It's funny when you have to like rederive the menus that you already routed. Okay, there's the forced encounter, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Here's everybody's favorite bolt armlet. There's Hypno Crown. All glory to the Hypno Crown. Mega Elixir. That is the bolt armlet that I sold one run, yes, and never went back, and then didn't get the steal I was expecting for it. Okay, do we have to do any menuing here? No. All right, here we go. So we're gonna get into an encounter here, but we don't have to take steps. The 100% step route does not take steps here, so we don't have to worry about the weird thing. I've grenaded. Which time, lead pencil? I've grenaded the chocobo by accident many times. 439. 26. We can take 29. Boom, 29. Hold and 2. 1, 2. I might have gone a little bit early there. Hopefully I didn't. Looks like I didn't. This looks good to me. Nice. Okay, so this minute means that we are going to get an encounter about now or later. Anytime later also works. And it won't be a pincer either. I guarantee you no pincer. And there it is. Ah, come on. A rabbit! Run away! Oh. Oh. Okay, time to do the trick. Nice, got it. Not running a step counter. I'm not sure what you mean, soap crates. We are counting steps while we're running all by ourselves. You mean like some kind of external program that counts for you? We are specifically not allowed to do that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Oh man. Open that up. Right, soap crates, sorry. Wait, I said soap crates, didn't I? Oh yeah, they ruined TurboCat. But yeah, any kind of program that hooks into the game and tells you about memory info in the game is obviously not allowed. We use it during practice and research a lot, right? It's very good for practicing, for research, for routing. But during a run, you are not allowed to spy on the game's memory. From Bill and Ted, so soap crates is correct. Told y'all. I'm bad at snowboarding. Oh god, real voice, real voice. That was a stupid place to bonk. What if they made an extra category for having a memory viewer up while running? I mean, you can do it if you want. You can do a run where you have a memory viewer up, and then, like, you know, you're not eligible for the existing leaderboard, but if you want to establish that leaderboard, then go for it. That's kind of the thing about, like, speedrunning categories. The way that the categories are made are, you know, by the community and by what has competition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if like every runner preferred to run that way, then that would be the way, right? But the thing is, you don't really need to. Like, you know, we kind of have a lot of this shit figured out. Collecting the balloons does unfortunately nothing. Well, or maybe fortunately, because it means that we don't have to worry about doing it. Metal Fingers, thank you for subscribing. Okay, I had one stupid bonk early on, and then the rest of the snowboarding was pretty good. But yeah. There's a lot of games where people do use like scripts and weird things and stuff because that's just how people prefer to run it. Like Half-Life also is a game where like they use some kind of script to like change the frame rate of the game because that affects how much damage you take or something. Or like it affects like NPCs will turn faster if the frame rate is low. Weird stuff like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Little overwalked, but that's fine because we have to force an encounter coming up. What's new? Oh, the 1430 just isn't a perfect run. Is, I think, where most of the time save comes from. Okay, I actually gotta, like, super lock in here, because this is the easiest part of... This is, like, the hardest part of the run. This dungeon. And there's a lot of places where I could make mistakes. And, also, if I make a mistake here, then we don't get our proper 3 big shoes attempts. So, I'm gonna be a little locked in here for a minute. And yo, Blink. Good to see ya. Alright. Is the downside to overwalking time loss? No, it also puts you further behind on steps. If you overwalk every time, you'll just get super far behind on steps. Because the thing is, like, you traverse through the step IDs at the same speed. I can explain it more in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Turn this on for a visual cue. I want to be right there. Even though this doesn't matter for this version because I'm not doing the other thing. Okay, scroll my notes down. I would like... Let's see, can we manip these guys? Oh, that's perfect. I needed Cloud to get a limit break right there. All right, that's beautiful. Don't kill him, though. Okay. So Tranks, also Power Source Tifa, Cure All. Cloud is gonna get the Bolt Armlet. Ribbon. Tifa gets the Fire Ring. You get the Hypno Crown. Pop over here. You get Magic Plus. Pop over to you. You get Cover. Comet. Steel. Over to you. You get Added Cut. Long range moves there. Back row all. ATB wait. Zero Scar, how we doing? Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Final Fantasy VII 100%. Alright, so if we don't get the preempt here, we got a cross slash, death sentence, double death blow. Oh, we got it. Okay, perfect. So, death sentence. Boom! Beautiful. I don't really have a setup for that preemptive on PC, which is why the cross slash was important, but then it turned out I didn't need it because I was able to YOLO that setup. Alright, now you, Aqua Lung the left. With Sid, I guess. Aqua Lung the left. This is actually really awkward, because Cloud doesn't have any MP for some reason. So now we need, you to Flamethrower. I guess I could have Molotov'd. Okay. And now, I need you to also death sentence Tifa. I almost freaked out there. I thought I was in Tifa's menu, and I was like, where's Morph? Why doesn't Tifa have Morph? What did I do? But I was in Cloud's menu. Okay. Oh, she dropped the ice crystal. I didn't even need to do that morph. I only just realized she already dropped ice crystal. So I could have saved time by just killing that guy and not even morphing him. Oh man, I'm dumb. And yo, memory fish. Okay, 2 Bandersnatches here. Take 5 steps after this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, there's no problem with what just happened. It's just it was just a missed opportunity for extra time save, is all that was. Okay. Bathroom breaks aren't an issue if you run turbo. And if you don't run turbo, then they're the same amount of problem for everybody. Or, well, actually, that's technically literally not true, but, you know, I'm just saying, I don't think it's all that big of a deal in a 100% run to maybe have to run to the bathroom on the timer at some point. Like, just tank a 1.5-minute time loss to just having to pee. At some point, it's likely to happen. No problem. Okay, we are going to fight a set of 4 Zolaculters. Speaking of which, though, I'm getting, just in, of bodily functions, I'm getting hungry. I could use a glass full of Honey Nut Cheerios. Okay, Sid, Aqua Lungs here. I got no idea what's for dinner. I actually didn't really plan it ahead. I do have like a microwave beef and broccoli thing though. Okay, so now Cloud, we are going to cure him. And then that was kind of bad that I didn't have enough MP for those cures. This fight, very particular. We need to manip. Nice, we got manip right away. Now we comet. Grenade. Magic diarrhea the party. Death sentence Tifa. And morph him. Boom. So there's our holy... So we learned Magic Breath and got Holy Torch there. That's what the elixir on Cloud was for, is to make sure that he has enough MP for that comet. What does Holy Torch do? Pfft, bro, I don't even know. We just need it for 100% completion. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, all right. Nope, Big Shoes is coming up soon. So remember, everybody, I don't want any complaints if it doesn't happen. If we get 3 chances at an Earth Mallet from Big Shoes, and if we don't get it, the run is dead and we try again tomorrow. And it's much sooner than in an hour. Why only 3 chances? Because this version sets your formation ID back to 0 when you go to the title screen, so you can't manipulate safety strats. All right, all right. These 2 we just run, and then we go Fire Armlet, Javelin, Ribbon. Alright, Fire Armlet, Javelin, Ribbon, and then a couple of cures. Oh, now Cloud can't, I over-cured and now Cloud can't do Magic Breath. Or is it Aqua Lung? No, it's Magic Breath into Laser. Wait, you also don't have enough for... Okay, so we Aqua Lung. Okay, that's fine. Then we laser and we beat rush if this leaves him with... Oh, nope, that's good. Okay. All right, we're fine now. Now we just elixir the two boys. And now we got to write down whether we get a Vampire Fang, because it'll be important later. We might get a Vampire Fang here, and then we don't have to morph one later. There it is. Elixirs. Pop over to my checklist, mark off Vampire Fang. Something like that. Everyone needs a smile. Specifically, we have a 9 in 64 chance 3 times for the run to survive. There are good things about it, Vayne. The reason, Big Dirt Nasty, is that Aqualung does damage to the Icicle, which means that Laser might leave... If it is left with an odd amount of HP, then Laser won't kill it, and you need to attack it again, which just gives it another chance to counterattack. But Magic Breath does 0 to it or heals it or something, which means that Laser will always kill it. All right, all right. So now we jump down and we switch to ATB active. And yeah, what they said, Lucas, if you keep farming more encounters, it will it throws us off steps. We're no longer on a step route at that point, and then the whole rest of the run is a complete disaster. And that's how it is, Grumpy Librarian. But if it happens, we just try again tomorrow, you know? Kill Switch, welcome. The fourth icicle just gives you access to that fourth chest, which has a Mega Elixir in it, solid. Hello? Can we go? Can we leave? I wouldn't want to, Kefler. Like, running the game off steps is just annoying. Is really the answer. I want to have a good run. I want to establish a run that will be hard to beat, you know? I don't know. I've already, I took Monday and Tuesday off work, so I've already got it scheduled out where we get 3 days. We get 3 days to attempt runs. I don't know if it is Rufu. I mean, I've made some significant mistakes on this run so far, and we're 3.5 minutes ahead. 2.5 minutes ahead. Category for boosters? Yeah, probably not 100%, but there'll be an any percent category for boosters, yes. Okay. Tent, notch, limit, weight. Tent, notch, limit, weight. There's no manip for the mirror drop either, no, but the mirror drop isn't as big of a deal as it seems like it is. Like, mirror doesn't stop everything. At least on this route. Alright, here we go. Big guard. Death sentence. Steal attempt number 1. Whoops. Steal attempt number 2. Whoops. That was 3. 4. Tifa, I need you to hit one of these death blows, please. There we go. Thank you. All right, now we have to steal the protect ring. This steal is like a 5% chance or something. So, yeah, this is a really rare steal. It generally takes a couple minutes to get it. This is totally normal. Cloud can't die, though, because he absorbs fire, and the only non-fire attack that this guy does is this Earth counter every 5 steal attempts. Every 5 times you hit the head, which stealing counts as a hit. So 1, 2... Except we don't need to count, really. Basically, the way to think of this fight for me is we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. And we don't have to waste it. Okay, we're good. We're good. Nickelodeon, thank you for the super chat. I don't know how much that is though. I don't know how much you've given me, but I don't know how much 100 sex is. But thank you for the super chat. All right, here we go. Boom! Boom! Oh, that's good. He's already dead. All right, all right. Hundo for the hundo. I love it. And look at that. It may feel like it took a long time to steal that thing, but we actually saved 45 seconds. Tranks, revive, cures. Cloud gets the protect ring. Tifa gets the power wrist. We pop over here. We go boom. Morph goes here. Added effect. Added cut. Elemental. Mystify. And HB active. Oop. Okay, so this is it, folks. This is the part. We have 3 9 out of 64 chances for the run to continue. And if it doesn't, we try again tomorrow. And tomorrow, the run would be better, you know? We have a better run tomorrow if this one doesn't go through because we've practiced today was just practice if that happens. If this run ends, you have to go mow your lawn. We're getting into that territory now that it's March. You know, give it a couple more months, I'll be mowing the lawn. Will I stream something else? I'll probably play some Blueprints or something for a bit. If the run dies. Drink of choice? I mean, I don't drink like alcohol, if that's what you mean. So I don't have one. I'd say crack open a Coca-Cola. All right, here we go. Let's do it. All right, Big Shoes number 1. Let's see it, folks. Let's see it. Here's our first chance. Okay, it wasn't the first one. So now we get a couple garbage encounters, and then we get our 2 other attempts. I'm getting nervous. My heart's pounding. Whew. I do like Dr. Pepper. Also, I like Coca-Cola. I like Dr. Pepper. Drink a lot of water. There's no backup on this version, Memory Fish. They changed how it works, kind of. They changed how formations work a little bit. Is he quaking us? Oh my god. This might just be RNG manipulation, though. Let's see if the quake was RNG manipulation. Let's go. Let's see it. Gygus 2! Will it be Gygus 2? Oh my god, it is! It's the run. The run number 1 today. Yes. Holy shit. Hang on. We got it. Yes. We got to cure. I gotta cure the party. Yes. We don't want him to quake us again and kill me. I shouldn't have cured Tifa, actually. Curing Tifa was a mistake, actually.
Yes.
But that's fine. We'll just laser her again. All right. Cloud gets the ribbon back. Tifa gets the fire ring. Over to you and death blow.
You're goddamn right.
All right. We're in it, boys. Whoo.
Yes.
Utopia, thank you for the super chat. We continue. We want the celebration riff out. Here you go. Yeah. Hang on, let me not make a mistake here, but also thank you for the 100 more secs. The run is kind of going only okay so far. I've made some multi-minute mistakes. But it's pretty good though. It's pretty good. It's ahead of world record pace, and we just got Earth Mallet. After the next fight, we can take 3.5 steps. Next big run killer is carry armor. And Shinra Beta. 1, 2, 3.5. Arranged by type, ATB weight. So I did screw up a little bit. And, yeah, carry armor has a much lower chance to kill the run. Carry armor is hardly a threat in 100%, but technically he still is. Okay, so yeah, I made a mistake here where I cured Tifa, so now we have to double laser her. We are going to Knights of the Round carry armor. The problem is if he double lapises and then arm grabs Cloud, then we can't, then we just game over instantly. If he arm grabs Cloud without double lapising, then we have to, like, fight him until he drops Cloud, then resurrect Cloud, then Knights of the Round. So yeah, arm grab Cloud is basically what we're concerned about, because otherwise we're just going to Knights of the Round him. Shinra Beta drop rate, I believe, is also 9 out of 64, but we get significantly more than 3 attempts at it. Okay, so I have to improvise a little bit here. This is going to be Big Guard, death sentence. We got a little bit lucky. We got a little bit lucky with the silence opener, because now I think we go laser. Laser. And then hopefully this goes off in time. Or wait, no, now. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I don't know why I decided to give her another turn right there for no reason. I could have actually just ended it there, but this is fine. She didn't take a very long turn. All right, there we go. Boom. Boom. Yep. Very nice. All right, and now the splits are also correct. That's right, Douglas. The splits, it looked like we lost a minute right there, but that's because on the PB, we must have gotten Earth Mallet on the third Gygus, which meant that I split on Gygus 3. On this one, we got it on Gygus 2, so I split on Gygus 3, meaning we had to force a third Gygus encounter. And then also lasering on that fight was a little slow. But now, yeah, now the splits are correct. Okay, okay. Put me on active. Nickelodeon, thanks for the 100 secs again. But yeah. My pleasure. Streaming is... It's what I do. Okay, so now we actually get a nice break here. I get a nice bathroom break here. The thing there, Soap Crates, was added cut. There is a materia, there's a blue support materia called added cut that when you attach it to something, when you do that thing, she does a regular attack afterward. So we have it attached to Death Blow. And yeah, now we get a nice break. I can go. We have with Turbo here. We have a nice poop break here. Will I try tomorrow? Even if I complete the run today, I will not be streaming tomorrow probably because I'm gonna need to recover. And then I'd have to decide whether I would do another attempt on then on Monday I think what I would do is just do like a regular stream of just gaming, and and then I might just go to work on Tuesday, cancel my PTO and just go in. all right. Safety save for carry armor? No, because if you have to load the safety save, it fucks the run up too much. Because of how this version does formation IDs, it throws you off your step route. Oh, sorry, Mia, sorry. Gosh, you guys should have seen her there. Okay, we now have like a 15-minute break while Turbo goes, so I will be back. I'm going to go to the bathroom, I'm going to figure out a snack, and yeah, you guys do that too. Okay. I got a, I had a bowel movement, and then I got a glass full of Honey Nut Cheerios. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No milk? I'm trying to speedrun here. Okay, hang on. Let me scroll up. Serious question. Serious topic. Does everyone pee at the urinal? Okay, at the urinal. Do you pee with your balls inside or outside your underwear? Okay, so answer number 1 is I don't wear underwear. I'm sorry, not everyone wants to know this about me, but that I just don't deal with that in my life. I am a free baller. I'm free balling, and I'm loving every minute of it. Now that said, so do my balls come out of my pants then, I guess is the question. Absolutely not. Why would you, I don't know why you would need that. Like, what? Why would you ever need to pull your balls out of your underwear? Or why do you need to pull your balls through your fly? That's crazy. I can't even imagine doing it. Okay, so hang on. I need a tally of only people who pull their balls out, okay? Put a 1 in chat if you do pull your balls out of your fly while peeing at a urinal. I need to see just that number to see what we're working with here. We got a couple, we got a few. We've got them. Okay. Cause the only way that I could, here's the thing, everybody who typed a 1 in chat is going to be really mad at me for saying what I'm about to say, but the only way that I could imagine needing to pull your balls out is if your penis is too short to make it out on its own. So when you're pulling on your penis, like it brings the balls with it, because it can't, you know? Someone did say fresh air, though. I could understand the fresh air. So, like, that's a pretty good point. Like, after I get out of the shower, I do kind of prance around my house, taking really big steps to let everything flop around a lot for a bit, because that, like, gets a lot of airflow through, you know, your groin and grundle, and it kind of air dries everything, right? I could be having that kind of experience at the urinal, I guess. Well, not the, you know, not the prancing around part. If you're wearing tighter trousers, it's harder to have just your wang out with the balls, without it being painful. Really? I mean, I don't wear tight pants, so yeah, I just wouldn't know. I can kind of imagine it. Okay, I can kind of imagine it. Wearing tight pants. Yeah, Fun Young, thanks for the super chat. Can't hit the 100-point spot, balls in. It increases your accuracy, you say. Oh, like when snipers have that, they've got that little like tripod that the gun mounts on, right? You're like mounting your penis on your balls, and then you have a more stable aim. Okay, I could be convinced. I'm real talk. I'm going to try it. That's what that's like the end all of this conversation, really. The point of it is like I'm going to try it. And I'm sure a lot of you are too. Cuz I've just never even considered it before. I mean, you guys did get me on the bidet. Like during that long turbo break, you better believe. I mean, I already mentioned the bowel movement. You better believe I used the bidet also. I've got a nice, cool ass now because I just blasted it with a. And the funny thing about the bidet is that like on a day like today, I like that the water is cold. I like the cold water blast, you know, because it was refreshing. Right. There was a time where people were trying to convince me that bidets were all the rage, and I was not having it. But when we moved to this house just already had a bidet in one of the toilets. So I gave it a shot, and you know, what can I say? I just had to try it. All right, here we're going to do FMV skip. If you hold down and run here, and then switch to run down left right here, you run your secret invisible character on that cutscene out of the room, and then you skip the rest of the cutscenes because you just leave during them. There's a couple spots where you can do something like that, and that's one of them. All right. Whoop. Ah, sounds good, Eats Newtopia. You go take care of that. Is it hard to execute? No, it's very free. Very easy. All right, so now we are going to get into a second encounter. We don't want to be too far ahead here. So if I hit this cutscene, which I did, now we need to force the encounter right here. I think Radon Midgar skip still works, which is a very similar trick. But, I haven't tried that one on this version yet. Okay, remember the controls are swapped on this part now, so it's, 2 of those. 1 of those. Oh, no. Now it's this. Because they switched it. Now it's, this? Oh my gosh, it's so weird. Where does he pack his dice? I mean, he's like a robot, right? He's got to have pockets. I mean, he might even store them inside himself. Like eat them, I mean. He's got to reach into his mouth and take them out, you know? So there's kind of a double answer hidden object to who has world record in this category. On the regular 2013 PC edition that we've been speedrunning the PC version of for forever, I have the world record on this category, 14:32:22. This new release of the game, though, nobody has done a hundo run of yet, as far as I know. And so this is like the establishment of the leaderboard for this version of the game. Now, it's very, very, very similar to the 2013 Steam edition, but a little bit different. Walked into the bathroom and someone's pants and underwear were at their ankles while they were peeing at the urinal. Yeah. I can find a different bathroom if that's going on. All right, here we go. I'm not exactly sure where I split here. Maybe we split, like when we choose our party. All right, let's go. Oh, slap stays as or circle stays as slap here, which is kind of funny. They like that doesn't switch for some reason. I haven't experienced the naked old guy in the locker room because as an adult,
What's going on here?
like outside of grade school, I don't think I've ever been in a locker room. I just wanted to slap her. But yeah, generally losing that fight is faster. Big Mark, I had that on the practice run the other day. We had a flawless victory slap fight. You guys can see the cereal box? How's that? Instead, you can see my stack of FF7s. Yeah, JDU. Is there a thing that doesn't work on this version? Yes. Like for example, safety strats on big shoes. Because of how formations are different. But then that also means that sorry, I'm thinking. Oh yeah, they also patched the save crystal glitch. At least in the HD console version, they patched the save crystal glitch, and that version is basically what this version is based off of, it seems. So I haven't tested it yet, but I'm guessing save crystal glitch is fixed on this one. Sounds good, Monstery. Enjoy. It is patched in this version. All right, we have confirmation. So yeah, save crystal glitch is where you're able to skip like the minute-long cutscene in the Northern Crater. So I guess one of the 5 of the 5 minutes that I have to save in Northern Cave, about 45 seconds of it I won't be able to save because of that. Alright, so now we'll talk to this guy, go Red and Sid. think I split right there. And we go to Chocobo Sage. Yeah, we save time for free on Chocobo racing. Hopefully. I hope it still happens. Right? I hope we still get them. Get the fast Chocobos. Okay, here we go. Boom, land me here. I gotta lock in for a bit. This is actually, like, really important. So, I do not see chat for the next little bit. Okay, enhance Kaiser Rocket Trident Eden. Enhance Kaiser Rocket Trident Eden. Enhance Kaiser Rocket Trident Eden Power Gem Water. Power Gem Water. Okay? Come down here. Trank all. Equip red with Seraph Comb. Pop over here. Give me an arrange. 1, 2, 3. Steel. And then MP Turbo Comet. R1 to Sid. You get Restore All. And then back row red. 539.20. Let me scroll back to that. Okay. We can take 25. Oh, I did the wrong input though. Okay. Never mind. We can take 30. Boom, there it is. Okay, we need to steal 3 carob nuts here and learn level 4 suicide. So steal, steal, steal. There it is. Now I'm going to try to skip the transition back into the hut by holding up like that. Did it work? Kind of. That was really slow for some reason. Okay, 540.04. We can take 10. So this will be a back attack, which is convenient. The reason it's convenient is because it avoids a push. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. As in, if I was to use a IGT that gave me a Vlak, it would try to re-roll the Vlak away. But the Vlak back attack isn't considered the same formation. So you can chain them that way. Okay, now I'll take, I guess a Vlak at 51. And now, a regular Vlak also doesn't get re-rolled because our last fight was a Vlak back attack. So yeah, it just uses a different formation so that we don't have to worry about getting a double roll. Because yeah, when you get an encounter in this game, it looks at the most recent encounter that you got, and if it's the same formation, it re-rolls at one time. So if you want to get the same encounter twice in a row, you have to find an RNG spot in the manip where it will re-roll into the same fight. Okay, so that's all 3 Vlaks. Now we need to get a double trick play fight. 41.28. 31 work. 34 works. Boom. Okay, this was really good. This should be double trick play, where we can learn level 4 suicide, the E skill. And if it's 2 trick plays, I can close this. It is. Alright. So I can see chat again. Now, here's the deal. There is no way to manipulate this. You cannot manipulate these enemies. You cannot manipulate battle RNG. We just have to sit here and wait for them to do it. Which is why I wanted to fight a fight with 2 of them specifically, because that way, while one is doing its attack, the other one is gaining its ATB, and so we wait 0 time between their attacks, because the next one is able to just start up its turn right away. If you haste them, it doesn't do anything, because of what I just said, where there's 2 of them. So the other one has its turn already by the time that the first one's turn is over. So we're not waiting for them for their ATB. I am gonna cure the party here though, because we're getting a little low. Nice crit. And so what are we waiting for again? Level 4 suicide. Just straight RNG here. Yep. This can be very bad in a run. It's possible, you know, you can lose 5 minutes here if they just won't do it. They don't run out of mana. I don't think they run out of mana. I've never seen it, at least. Come on. Come on, you little bastards. Do the thing. Come on. Do the thing. Yeah, you can elixir and ether enemies and stuff, yes. I don't think these guys have, like, use MP for their attacks, though. Say the line, Bart! I don't think that there's anything that makes it more or less likely. Still depends on a lot of stuff, hidden object, whether we can PB this. Right now, it's looking bad. Not really, like overall not really, but it's taken us quite a while to get level 4 suicide here. Come on, come on. Come on. There it is! Alright, alright. We got it. Alright, alright. Now, off to the Chocobo Ranch. One in 14, that sounds right. 1 in 14 each turn. Shout out to this guy not facing the right direction on the PC version. They didn't fix that. One. 2. We got it on all 4 KR. 3. 4. Coming here. 1 1 2 1 3. 1 1 2 1 3 1 1 31 1 1. Down to Medial. Big Dirt Nasty, enjoy the bowling. You need to learn it on all 4T, but that's what we did. That's why we learned it right there, partly, is because we've got, don't forget Contain. But it's because we just got our 4th E-skill, so now we can start, like, really learning all the E-skills. Before, we were only learning, like, the important ones. Alright, so we are getting a bit of time loss here from that level 4 suicide, but not too bad. Time is coming up pretty soon. Okay, now we just gotta talk to this chicken. Not the lady. Talk to the chicken. Am I soft locked? Am I soft locked? Oh, no, okay, she talked to me. Okay, we gotta get into a better spot. Okay, there we go. We talked to the chicken. Okay, give it some greens. Ears. Okay, that was a little bit more time loss. Because these scripts are fucked. Alright. Boom, there we go. Okay. 217 ahead still. We're alright. We're doing alright. That's why you talk to the chicken before you turn in the curse ring, or the key for the curse ring, because they're usually in a better spot than that. For sure, Kiefler. Stream schedule these days, generally, I stream every other day. If it's a weekday, I stream after work, usually starting around 4:30 p.m. Central Time. If it's a weekend, I like to stream like right when I get up. But it might be in the evening. It's just up to like, it's up to if Mrs. Dash and I have plans or something. But right now we're having something kind of special where I took Monday, Tuesday off work in order to get ready for 3 hundo attempts in a row. But if this run finishes and the rest of it goes relatively well, then I think we're I think I might just play Valheim with Mrs. Dash tomorrow, and then do like a long stream on Monday. A daytime stream on Monday, and then just go to work on Tuesday instead of taking it off. Did I ever find out what happened during Fort Condor on the last PlayStation run? Yeah, I think I just, I think I was just too perfect on like how low I was getting all the guys. You don't have to be that meticulous on getting all the guys super low. And so then the attackers just, I couldn't get them in the right spot. I mean, you know. Is the new PC run closer to the PlayStation run? I wouldn't say so. It's basically the PC run, just without safety strats. Stuff like fraction resets and all that is still here. Do I speedrun after work? Not super often, but yes, when I do a run, yeah, it'll be after work. I've been doing fewer runs lately, though, you know? I've been doing a lot of casual gaming and stuff lately. I don't know, though. The last couple weeks, I've been doing speedruns, though. And yeah, after work. Can't save and reset for Chocobo Gender? We can, though, yes. When we go back to the title screen, it zeroes out RNG, and we are going to use that to manipulate RNG. So on the 2013 version, you Alt F4 the game and relaunch it, and that zeroes out RNG. On this version, just hitting quit to go back to the title screen zeroes out RNG. So it's actually a little bit easier on this one. And we don't have to close the game program to do it, which is kind of nice. We did, Arcane Theus, yes. Yep, we reset formations anyway. Yep. Because the plan for the... Oh, yeah, I kind of understand your question now. Yes. The PlayStation strat is even to power cycle the system, you know? Nico, thank you for the 100 more secs. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. All right. We get Red and Kate in the party. And then we gotta land, do some stuff, and then I also need to... I feel like it is faster than Alt F4, but I bet it's about the same. The Alt F4 is really fast. Okay, I am locked in, and I can't see chat for a moment because we gotta get a chocobo. Let's see. Tranks. Use a tent. Equip Sid with Wizard Bracelet. Red gets the Curse Ring. You get white... Gold ribbon. We pop over here, and you get morph. You get morph. You get all steel transform, enemy skill, contain, and double choco lure. And then we go to ATB wait. We go in town. We come out near the edge. Oh geez, my splits are in the way of my scroll bar. Okay, 553.26. We can take 35. $35 with 2 menus. 1, 2. This should get me a great chocobo. We will know it is great if the formation is a chocobo and a spiral. Perfect. All right. Go ye! Thank you for the 16 months, thank you. All right, very nice. Send that baby back to the stables. Take me to Fort Condor. And here we go. Don't fuck it up this time, and remember to grab the huge materia. So it's 1, start the game, slow it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 attackers. Yo, Java, thank you. Okay, so here we go. Put down 1, start the game, bring the battle speed down, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, attacker, attacker, attack, attack, speed it up, mash X. Boom. No mistakes this time. So we save a bunch of time there, because I think it was... No, or was it the PlayStation one where I fucked it up? I think it was the PlayStation run that I screwed that up. Anyway, let me get my... my next world map manip ready. Alright, so I'm locked in at the moment with no chat vision because I've got my manip sheet up instead. Okay, talk to the guy for huge materia, which is what I forgot during the... I forgot to do this in the practice run, so that was a good reminder. There it is. All right. Boom. Tantal, level 4 suicide, red morph. Lucky. All right. 57, 29. We can take 38 and 1. The 1 is the 1 menu. Alright, this should be a wonderful chocobo. Tantal, level 4 suicide, morph. Greens, greens, greens. Tantal. L4S. Ooh! I guess that's what the Tantal is for, huh? I've never seen him miss before. I guess it is a jumping. They have, like, high dex. All right. Boom. Send him back. Okay, now, remember to tent before I save and reset here. Oh, we already did that move. We're good. Tent. Save. Save slot 1. Quit. Load. And here we go. So that just reset RNG values. All right, move. Wonderful chocobo. Move. Great chocobo. Feed 12, upper lower carib. Feed. This is like, I love when Hundo gets into this part, you know? Upper, lower. Here's what the carib nuts were for. Okay, and then ride green over to coral. All right. So the deal with this part is that, so that was RNG manipulation to get the green, and we're going to continue that RNG manipulation here. But here's the deal. You can't mate a chocobo until some time has passed, except the time that we're talking about is actually how many battles you've been in. when you mate a chocobo, the game decides how many battles you need to do before you can mate that chocobo. And so now Tent is like Mega Elixir, but you can only use it on the world map. So now we need to go do another thing for a while, which is going to be the train fights, because the train fights are going to be enough fights, and then we'll be able to mate the green chocobo in order to make our blue chocobo. And then we do the same thing, where we've got other stuff around the world that we got to go take care of. All right, here we go. Sid Aqualung these fools. It's not faster to get the gold from Ruby because we need a gold chocobo to get Knights of the Round, which makes Ruby Weapon significantly faster. Like, we're gonna kill Ruby Weapon very, very fast because we have Knights of the Round. Also, the Ruby Weapon chocobo doesn't have very good stats, and I'm not sure how that would affect racing. Also, breeding a gold... I forgot about this part, actually. The old gods of FF7 who decided all of the category rules, breeding a gold chocobo yourself is actually one of the requirements of Hundo. I forgot about that until just now. We also have to kill Ruby. But, yeah, we can't, we need to breed a gold chocobo ourselves. Alright, this is Red Comet. Kate Freeze. And then, I actually don't have a Molotov to use if this doesn't work. So I'm gonna do a regular attack. Because I don't want my inventory to move around, I don't know. This always kills, though, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, yeah. Alright, next fight, Sid and Kate both use Magic Breath. Oh. Oh, he just hasn't gone yet. Got it. Sorry, I was reading chat and not looking at the game, and I didn't understand why they weren't dead yet. Alright, use my Mega Elixir. Now this is Laser, Laser, Comet, Boost Jump. Laser, Laser. Then we got to put this in right when his ATB empties here. Put in the boost jump. And then mark a boost jump off on my checklist. Very nice. Alright, next guy. We got a Laser, Laser, and then Steel Warrior Bangle. So Laser, Laser. Warrior Bangle. Nope. Alright. Steel. Steel. Yes, we need to learn all the limit breaks. Oh, there it is. All right, there's Warrior Bangle. So now, pop over to you. Magic Breath. I don't think we ever use Warrior Bangle, no. It gives, like, a ton of strength. But, I think, it doesn't give as much strength as Gygas Armlet, though. I'm not positive. Alright. Mark off that I used another Sled Fang. Split that. Saved a little bit of time there. Alright, alright. Alright, so now we are going to do Coral Skip. So this is another paralysis dodge. We're going to start the cutscene and talk to a lady at the same time. So then when we're done talking to the lady, it'll let us move during the cutscene. Yo, Kina. Just right there. Boom. That little I'm impressed text box was the lady. So once we close that, we can move, and then we can just leave during the cutscene. And there you go, we skipped it. Now, grab Catastrophe. And then you might be like, what about Ultima? Well, for some reason, if you come in here and you talk to this kid, he just gives you Ultima. Alright, alright. Buy some tents. Whoop. Buy some hypers and some tranks. Grab our green chocobo. And now we continue the RNG manipulation of breeding our gold chocobo. So nothing that we just did affected our RNG. And so now we gotta work on it a bit more. So run in with the chocobo. Run straight in. Feed. 4 Tantals. And now it is green, upper left, Carib. Green, upper left, Carib. Alright, alright. There's our blue chocobo. Release the second one on the list. And now ride any chocobo. We just specifically need to leave on a chocobo so that we don't get the RNG advancement of being outside again. Alright. And now, tent me up. Hypno crown me. Take me back down to Fort Condor once again, except this time we're doing something very different. We are manipulating a Zemzalet encounter. So get me my Zemzalets. Say 60918. We can go at 28. Oh, that the bonk into the high wind there screwed me up. Okay, we gotta try it again because that changed RNG. Fuck. Hang on a second. Okay. 60940 now. We can take 48. There we go. That worked. Alright, manip. White wind. Red take care of him. Yeah, little bit of a flub on that white wind there, but it's all right. Now, take me over here. Don't be an egg, please. No egg, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, don't make the same mistake I made on that one practice run also. That wasn't a practice run. That was a real run, remember? Where I big guarded the wrong side. We have to big guard red. He's the one with the 2 E skills that don't have big guard yet. So there you go. I learned that lesson forever. That didn't kill a run though. I just had to make up for it, and I had a backup for it also, which was fine. All right. So now get an encounter out here to steal a TS bomb. So please no jokers. Don't be jokers. All right. Beautiful. So these guys, we got to kill the guy in front so that we have access to the guy in back. Steal from him. There it is. Get out of here. Now, we fly up in this direction. And it's time for the Youfer. The Youthmeister. She doesn't know what the fuck hit her. TS bombs one-shot Fabio. Oh, he must be weak to gravity, which is actually funny because he's on like a hanging thing. Because yeah, TS bomb just casts laser is what it does, which does 50% of a target's current HP in gravity damage. First. Oh yeah, we better save the game. Second. First, I kind of lost where I was there for a moment. Second. There we go. Okay, okay. I didn't fuck it up. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, owl. All right, now. So again, all of these fights are like cleanup things to do while we are again when we bred that that blue chocobo, we need to get into a certain number of fights before the blue chocobo is breedable. So it's a great opportunity to just do a bunch of cleanup here that we need to do. Here we need to steal a birdwing. There it is. Now, we need to learn Death Sentence on our other 2 E skills. So very carefully now, we run down here, we run up here, and we force the encounter like this. Magic Breath. White Wind to get the slow off of us. We get it from a Commander Grandhorn in Fort Condor. He drops it if you do a certain one of the Fort Condor missions. Steal. There's our Dazers. So now Red comets him. Because now the Comet will make him counter with Death Sentence, which learns Death Sentence on our other 2 E skills. So yeah, there's a certain Fort Condor game that we lose on purpose so that we have to fight Commander Grandhorn, and then he drops it at 100% chance. Alright, now we need a Zeal Nut. Kind of bad flight path there. Do I 10 tier? I think I 10 tier. I like to 10 tier so that we have the comments that we need. I love Sid's run animation, yeah. There we go. Okay, we're getting pincered. Okay, Kate already got it. Manip. Kate and Red already got it. All right. Get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. Goblin Punch Sid now. Okay, now we gotta steal the Zeal Nut. This can take a minute. This is a rare steal. Hopefully Red doesn't die to death sentence. Okay, Red's gonna die to death sentence. Oh, there it is. Nope, no he's not. Not today. Very nice. Ooh, we got our extra Zeal Nut so we don't have to come back later. That's excellent. That saves us some time later. Now. Run in here. Continue our RNG manipulation. Feed. Tantal. 9. Blue, green, Ruchin. Blue. Green. Ruchin. That's nuts. Very nice. All right. So now, release. Green. Release. Blue. And ride. What's the name of the song? Explosivo. Don't know what it's about, but it's good to go. What's the name of my girlfriend? Well, I don't know. All right. We're going to Ancient Forest, all right? We'll do Chocobo Racing later. All right, here we go. Oops. Okay, here we go. It's Ancient Forest. If I screw this up, the run's dead. You know it, Miller Man. That old HBO series is is it lives forever, rent-free in my head. Okay, I forget we need to put it on A to be active here. All right, here's a fun trick. Grab this frog. We call this ghosting. I don't know of anywhere else in the game where you can do this. Well, really, it's because Ancient Forest has fucked up code, all right? So you jump up, put the bug here. Now, if you sit too long on this thing, it pops you off, right? But guess what? If you press left or right while you're in the air, you initiate the ghosting trick. Boom. Now, the flowers can't eat us. Ain't that some shit? Much faster way to get through that room. What's the difference between active and recommended? Check out my YouTube channel and look at one of my most recent videos called All About ATB and the Wait Trick. It does work on PS1, yes. It's not really a new glitch, it's just you don't see it super often because, you know, it's you don't come to Ancient Forest in any other category, you know? But it was kind of more recently applied to speedruns, and when I say more recently, I mean several. Like, it was a couple of years ago that it started to get applied to speedruns. Okay, here's the part that if I fuck up, or here's the part that I'm likely to fuck up. If any. This area is a run killer because you see how I just hopped across that pod? I only have a limited amount of time before I can get back. So here we go. Boom, I made it. If I didn't make it back in time, Steps would be dead. Oh, force an encounter over there. Put me here. Back to ATB wait. And there we go. Ancient Forest complete. No mistakes. Now we pop over here. Grab Mime. Pop over here. Grab HP MP swap. Back to the Chocobo stables. Another coat cracked. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Boom. Boom. Save. Quit. Continue. Once again, zeroing out our RNG. Then we run in. We run out and back in. Come up to you. Feed. Just one single Tantal here. And then black, yellow, Zeal. All right, you guys ready? Boom. Let me mark down that Zeal nut. All right. Now, release this guy. Release this guy. And now we are left with just our gold chocobo. Boom. Pop up here for Quadra Magic. Coming on down here. And we go southeast from Medeal. And then we're coming up on my favorite menu in the whole run. Oh my god, where are we? Boom. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Okay, here we go. You get Dragon Armlet. You get Spring Gun Clip, Wizard Bracelet. We take this off. We pop over here. Boom, boom, boom. Arrange. Boom, 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 boom. Earth. Elemental. MP Turbo. Knights of the Round. Magic Plus. Boom, boom. Everybody has Sadness. So we tent. And we're in. All right. All right, so Ultimate Weapon has 100,000 HP. So we need to keep track of how much damage we do to him here. That menu, so the only part that I really have memorized on that menu is Red's Materia. And it's really it's very simple, the Materia setup. All right, now it's our turn. Okay, okay. Let's count this damage, hopefully without Mia messing with me too much here. 7, 2, 6, 4. Almost screwed up right there. I feel like I missed one. I definitely missed one. Because I came up with 12,000 HP left, so I missed one. 5588? I'll take your word for it. Oh, that's a split right there. Okay. So yeah, the deal with Red's materia on that menu is that the important stuff is MP Turbo Knights of the Round, so Knights of the Round does more damage. Elemental Earth, so he doesn't die to the opening Quake. Magic Plus for higher magic. And then the rest of the menu, all the other materia is just taking green materia from the top down to fill in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slots. Because that all boosts his magic. It's all just to boost his magic stat. And then the last two on the bottom right is just the top 2 summons after Knights of the Round. Once again, because those boost his magic stat the most. So yeah, that's the whole... That's it. So that's why it's like, remove all from everybody and arrange. So now it's all arranged. And then you just take 1, 2, 3, and then skip 1, because that's where I'm going to put Magic Plus. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, then Earth. And then 1 page down, you can grab your Elemental, your MP Turbo. Page down to Knights of the Round. Attach that to MP Turbo. Put on the Magic Plus, which is right above it. Go over to your last 2 slots. Put on the top 2 summons that were under Knights of the Round. So yeah, it's simple, but it works. What's his magic stat? It's random. Like, as in, his level up magic is random. But, it wouldn't take too long to go through and see how much extra magic we're giving him. Right? You would just have to say how much magic is granted by Ultima, Contain, Comet, Gravity, Poison, Transform, Mystify, Earth, Knights of the Round, Typhoon, and Neo Bahamut. And then add on Magic Plus from that, which is a little dependent on what his roll was. But that would give you, like, the range of how much extra we're giving him. All right, and now it's live stream time. Did I miss anything on my checklist? I think we're fine. This run is not on an actual PS1. I do have the world record for 100% on an actual PS1. This is a PC run, though. Does Magic Plus's percentage apply to base magic, or is it boosted? I think it's boosted. I don't have any... I'm actually not sure, though, now that you mention it. Because the question would be... where... like, at what point in the stack does it apply? I'm guessing it includes the boosts from equipment. But I'm not sure. Has anyone else hundoed this version yet? Not that I know of. We're charting new territory here. We're boldly going where no man has gone before. Was my favorite part of this game? I don't know. I mean, we just got through a part that I really, really enjoy, which is the chocobo breeding, as far as the speedrun goes. But overall, I feel like my favorite part is the Gaia's Cliff dungeon. I really like that part. The dungeon's fun. The Schizo fight is really cool. Genova Death and the Whirlwind Maze is really cool. And Leadhead, thank you for the good luck. 15, 16 hours. This run is on pace to be another 14:30. So I'm happy about that. As long as a couple things play nice, you know? We want Shrine to not take too long. We need Kiss of Death to not take too long. And then, of course, we need a Shinra beta to drop. If a Shinra beta doesn't drop, then the run is dead. That's the next run killer. Now, Shinra beta is a really good chance. We have a good chance to get Shinra beta, but it's not guaranteed. And we can't do safety strats on this version because of how, again, because of how it fucks with your formations. If you try to safety save. I think World Record did have a really good trine, yeah. Because on the practice run, I had a really good trine, and it did not save very much time. Will I finish even if it's dead? No, the reason is that it keeps me up too late to do that, and then I wouldn't be able to try again tomorrow. Like, if I finish today's run, I'm not doing a run tomorrow. The hundo, like, a finished hundo requires a recovery day. So I'd rather call it and try again tomorrow. But hopefully we just get it today. Is the actual time of a run recalculated by mods? Yes. Yo, Jay. Like, technically, you don't need splits at all. Splits are for entertainment purposes and to kind of be informative while you're running. Because it's fun to know how far ahead or behind you are. And then sometimes we use the splits to help us, like, you know, we can kind of predict what our IGT is based on what our split time is and that kind of thing. But what I'm getting at ultimately is that you having the splits on screen is not required. You can just send in a raw gameplay video and we will time it. How come the reset during Choco Minute doesn't mess with formations? It does reset mess with formations, just in a way that is actually routed. So on the PlayStation version, if you hard reset the console, it resets your formations to 0, as well as all the other RNG, and that's what we do. That's what the route is actually designed for, is to have a formation reset at that time. The problem with this version is that this version also resets your formations to 0 anytime you go back to the title screen, and the PlayStation version doesn't do that. So that's why that version you're able to do safety strats and keep your formations on, and on this one you're not. And yeah, that's the thing, hidden objects, is that like I heard a couple people say that people won't speedrun this version, but it's like, yeah, they will, because this is the version that if you buy the game today on Steam or GOG, you get this version. And so this version has to have a category, because people want to run. People want to be able to buy the game and run it, you know? They don't want there to be more hurdles in the way of, oh, actually, you need a PS1. Oh, actually, you need to do this other stuff. So yeah. I mean, we did have that a little bit with PC, where it's like, oh, actually, you need to install Speed Square, and something like that might still be a thing, but yeah, for the most part, what I'm saying, though, is that, like, this version is going to be tracked, I'm sure. Formations and steps are only really needed if you're top level going for world record. Yeah. Like, if you just want to send a run, you can not do steps. But, I mean, the thing is, just sending a run where you don't do steps, it's going to be difficult to get under, like, 17 hours. And so, then that's, like, asking a lot more of you, you know? Yeah, that's interesting, Jay. That is another thing that we're going to have to be talking about soon, is trying to figure that out. Because, yeah, if you're on PC, you can also run emulator, and, you know, then you get to play the PS1 version. List of changes, I don't know of. Maybe I should make, like, a little video or something. As far as the different translations of the game, there is some kind of weird stuff. Like, I know the PAL version always has the same mayor password, right? While this version and the Japanese version can be different. Does DuckStation run slower than PS2? You can configure DuckStation to have faster load times than PS2, but different people have different results as far as how stable the game is when you do that. And that's kind of a problem that we're running into, is that, like, it crashes for some people and not for others. But if you run DuckStation in safe mode, it won't crash, at least I don't think. But that is slower than PS2. The load times are longer. But yeah, if you could get it to be just as fast as PS2 with fast disk speed and Sonic discs, that would be ideal. That would be really nice to, like, if it were possible to have emulator and disc on the same board, that would be nice, except for the fact that, like, I don't know, you know, there might be some other issues with it. Like how it's just a key press to change discs on emulator, while on console you have to physically swap them. Stuff like that. And yeah, the crashing for me, I mean, I'm on an AMD system, like, it might be an AMD versus Intel thing. That can't be right, Ranjack. At 7:14:30 in the world record, surely I'm in this cutscene already. You're talking about PlayStation. Sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full. You're probably comparing to the PlayStation run, Ranjack. That's true. Cloud's super devil juice that Hojo gives him does make him less prone to motion sickness, apparently. Yeah, the reason we do no slots is because slots is able to one-shot everything in the game, including the super bosses, and you can consistently time it and get it every time, just by doing it's the same rhythm every time. They somewhat fixed the music here. I've never done a slots run myself, no. I have no interest in slots. And yeah, like the standard any percent category did use slots back when it was the fastest thing to do, which is why there's a no slots category. There isn't a no slots category for 100%. At least not with the leaderboard. I hear you, Jay. Sure. Man, I gotta figure out dinner. I'm probably gonna have that beef and broccoli microwave thing. And we're gonna want that at around, we're gonna want that in like 30 minutes, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna try not to make the 5-minute disc 3 mistake this time. However, this version does have save crystal glitch fixed, which will lose us like 40 to 45 seconds. So we still got 4 minutes of time save, but not quite 5. And yes, that is correct about Turbo. Junge! Welcome. The run is going quite well. We got Earth Mallet. Now we just need to get Shinra Beta. Why are no turbo runs faster? It's generally more competitive. Like, the most competitive top-level runners run no turbo. It's partially like a pride thing, a purity thing, a simplicity thing. Yeah, that's just how it is. The top-level runners just like non-turbo. And yes, Fractale, this is the new Steam version. I'm doing a baseline first ever hundo on this version. I've never seen someone do a 100% slots run, but someone may have at some point. Alright, take red, Sid. Remember the chicken. Go to the submarine. The submarine. Luzbel has the best, he has the best time in the most popular categories, so that's a big deal. And I think he's also got the best time in, or he had the best time in slots as well. And then now, any percent with disc 1 skip, I think Zeal has the record on that, right? Maybe it's Luzbel, though, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure who has the current PS1 any percent record. It is Zeal. Okay, I thought so. Alright, red, Sid. But yeah, when you talk about like the Mount Rushmore of like the best FF7 runners in present day, Lose Bell's definitely on there. Oh, grab this guy.